Nauru had been an island with its own independent sovereignty for centuries. However, the 1870s would be a different year. The now united German Empire had set sail for the Pacific and set up nearby colonies. They landed in Nauru, and Nauru was colonized by the German Empire. Firearms were a new thing in Nauru, and many began getting their hands on. The war started during a marriage festival in which a heated argument took place, which led to one of the guests shooting a young chief. The chief was shot dead, and urgency to avenge the chief's death spiraled, as that was Nauruan custom. Most families armed themselves up against each other, and this led to the island being split between the north and the south. Later, the rebels turned on King Eweta, who had asked the British to bring missionaries to stop the war. Eweta had one ally, the German Empire. The war continued on for 10 years with no actual knowledge about battles in which most were just feuds. In 1888, the Germans marched into Nauru in support of Eweta and secured him on the throne. They took all the weapons from the rebels, ending the Civil War. Nauru would be annexed by the German Empire completely. The war had seen 500 Nauruans dead, which was a huge toll, which reduced the population from 1,400 to 1,900. That said, the Germans would keep Nauru until the end of World War I.
Hello guys, ako si Alvin Patrimonio and welcome to the Goats Teach Codes. And for today's lesson...
Ano? Halika.
Uy! Silang pre! Nangyari?
Nakaka-bad trip, coach eh. Practice ako ng practice, di ko pa rin matama. Paano na kaya yung pick-up game natin na ito?
Chill lang pre, baka kailangan mo na sports therapy.
So, since kailan pa ito nangyayari sa'yo?
Parang nung bata pa ako, coach eh.
Huwag ka magalit sa mga bagay na di mo kayang i-control. Learn to let go.
Opo, coach.
Pero may isang pwede mo rin i-control. At yun yung protection against BO, sweat, and marks. Kaya ito. At ganyan, mag-stay cool pag bad trip ka.
好起来来美姑娘，娘娘娘娘你好娘，不加斯德里夏斯的卡拉茶，美味しいにゃ。
Brazilian pastel. Get ready. Let's make it.
Sábado na balada, a galera começou a dançar e passou a menina mais linda. Tomei coragem e comecei a falar. Como é que é, vai? Nossa, nossa, assim você me mata. Ai,
You gotta make this.
ai.
Damn, we gotta watch this.
This stupid idiot's laughing at all these basics for 10 minutes.
One.
I wonder what the next one is. Oh! One!
Damn.
This is fire.
Two.
Nah, this is kind of mid.
Yeah, this one kind of sucks.
Two!
What was he green?
Three!
Transitions. What's four?
What's four? There's no four!
Five.
Come on, man.
Five.
Oh, my stomach hurts already. No.
Five.
Oh, why?
Okay. Keep your cool.
Oh my god.
Okay. Six.
Six. This one's alright. Why is it 47 seconds
What's
long?
so long?
Seven. Oh. Oh. Okay.
7.
7. Seven.
7. Phone.
The phone.
7.
Hurry! 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 Hurry!
Hey.
Baldy, what's the past tense of eat? Baldy.
Hurry!
This should not be. This should not be as funny as it is. Oh my god.
Hurry! 9!
No. You got subtitles.
9!
Oh my god. 9.
9.
What is this? Always love yourself. Oh my
Is it
god.
a fucking popular MMO song?
We decided to break up.
You're all. You're all.
Okay.
0.
0.
0.
0.
You're all.
0.
Plus.
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 Good one. Good one.
All the budget went into this one.
Problem 1.
Good one.
Good one.
7.
Oh,
Oh, it's the rock and roll version.
oh my god, rock and roll version.
7. 7. 7. 7.
7.
7.
Elderly people at the gambling can play. Elderly people at the casinos.
True.
7.
7.
Oh my god.
Dude, that was
So-
awesome.
Oh my god.
I gotta watch 9
That was,
again though.
that was the best chain of videos ever.
9.
Dang.
9.
Bold underscore
9.
math underscore 9.
I was fully expecting that to be, you know, like problem 3, and then he goes like the thing, like the buzzing sound effect or whatever. I fully
Oh my
expected
God.
that to be one of them.
Problem 3. Problem 3. Problem 3. Problem 3. Problem 3. Problem 3.
Have fun with the new delicious Tiger Bites emojis.
What is your healthy?
My healthy? Running at my own pace.
My healthy? Carrying my own weight. Our healthy?
Playtime as workout time.
My healthy? Taking charge of my finances.
My healthy? Banking on extra protection.
Your healthy? We celebrate it. Rethink healthy with BPI AIA.
Ever encountered that one weird kid in your school? It would be some weeb, a brony, an emo, a cult leader, a country ball kid. Oh wait, that was what I was, a country ball kid. That's probably why I aced at history and geography. I could name out every European capital out there, but still couldn't talk to girls. Also, knowing every European capital wasn't something that made you cool. It made you a target. And oh boy, I was once a target. I remember I used to draw country ball stories in my school where people would just attack them and me, and was just basically like just weird battles. One time I drew a comic where like it was a competition of racing or something, and everyone got a medal and was smiling except for one guy. So one day a teacher went up and snatched my page off me like I stole her purse or something. She just looks at it in complete disgust, as if I planned to raid the school, and his page was like my genius plan. She then asks me why this certain guy wasn't smiling, and I said, well, because he didn't get a medal. Then she kind of ranted on how that certain character didn't smile, and how the rest of them were smiling, and how everyone should have been smiling in front of the whole class, which led me to being a target of so many people for a few months, because everyone saw my country ball stories as some potential threat to the school for whatever reason. I don't know why it was such a serious issue. They were just harmless country ball drawings. Yeah, they were weird, but they weren't a potential threat. They weren't like some terrorist plot. By the way, YouTube, these are just jokes. I don't even know why she had a full-blown rant over one little guy having a frown on his face. It's just a little story. Well, after getting that lecture from the teacher, you know what happened next? It just inspired me. It just inspired me to make worse comics. And so I did that. I started making country balls getting beat up, having entire armies and completely going to war and wiping each other out. Now the teachers were getting concerned. I remember the same teacher asked me why 3 people weren't smiling. And I said this with complete confidence. They were my enemies. So you want to know what happened next? She just looked speechless. I bet she was just saying in her head, what has happened to this loving boy? What has happened? What have I done wrong? But yeah, I saw this as a great opportunity to start my villain arc. I started making these comics of country balls fighting, getting shot and everything. I guess a gang war. But I was doing this for a few months until I had a birthday party. I was doing them at home too. So when someone saw a bunch of pages, he just said, look at all these sheets. And then this girl who I used to be friends with said something like, Timmy, I'm gonna have to tell the teachers about this. And that's when I knew I was cooked, bro. I knew I was done for. It was over for me. Or so I thought. Joke's on her, she never actually told the teachers. But this didn't end. Eventually, I had enough of my little villain arc, so I decided to quit doing these comics. For a small bit. But I remember I was drawing a list of my friends, and she just saw me writing something on a page. She just snatched it off me, and then she started saying, whatever you write is my business. The next thing she does is crumble it up in front of everyone. She didn't even read it. Like, if it's your business, like, aren't you not gonna read the contents of the page, see what it's all about since it's your business? But no, you're crumbling up. Like, you told me it's your business, so why don't you look at it? That's the more reasonable thing to do. But she probably thought it was like a picture of me rolling her over with a tank or something, which will make sense. It still does not end here. A few months after witnessing my list of friends getting crumbled in front of my eyes, I got into a fight with a person and they ended up hitting me. How did I respond to this? Made a drawing of them with an army and me having my own army and fighting. At the time, we had a new teacher, and she actually took a different step to this. Instead of crumbling it up, she sent my mama an email. It was just basically like, Timmy got into a fight in school, and now he is back to doing his bad drawings. It was like they were prepared to deal with his second villain arc. The second battle between the teachers and my demonic drawings. I could practically hear the collective sigh from the teaching staff. Oh, great. He's drawing armies again. At this point, they probably had a whole protocol for dealing with my concerning artwork. But I'm just going to be honest with everyone. That villain arc ended long ago. I wasn't really bothered after that because I kind of moved on from that stuff. I felt like it was just childish and I had my fun now. And it was just starting to get boring and I had no space for it. So I finished my villain arc. After a whole year of tormenting the school with these violent and totally threatening comics, I gave up. I wonder if they still remember it though. They probably do. Especially the people that weren't smiling. Yeah, that apparently was dangerous, wasn't it? some dangerous demonic drawings. Say, have you ever had a villain arc in your school? Or did you get in trouble for drawing something stupid? Let me know in the comments. I remember having a picture of myself having a thumbs up, and then it was just memed by like some people I did not like. Speaking of a thumbs up, smash that like button or your cabbage. But yeah, that was my villain arc in school, over some goofy characters not smiling. A fun time to be in. Anyways, I have a story of me getting bullied for being a country ball fan, but I'll leave that for a part 2. Anyways, I'm gonna pull a potato gun and
Sun Grahams Deluxe. Deliciously filled with banana choco cream and choco bits. Try now. I'm Peppa Pig. This is my little brother George.
Fuck your chicken strip!
This is Mummy Pig.
I wish I drowned you as a baby.
And this is Daddy Pig. Peppa Pig.
Emily Elephant. The children each have their own hook to hang their coats on.
Ridiculously embarrassing to admit this, but I think I have to, and that is that I'm desperate.
We have a new pupil.
You a bad bitch every motherfucking time that you wake up and you look in that motherfucking mirror.
Pepper, can you show Emily where to hang her coat?
We each have our own coat.
Okay, it's happening.
This one is for you and
everyone.
What would you like to do today? Painting, clay, or building blocks?
building blocks.
And everyone else. Building blocks are popular today.
You put one block on top of another, like this.
This stresses me out so much I want to fucking eat.
You are all being very
desperate.
How would you play with the blocks?
Boom, bam, bop, bada bop, boom, pow.
It is playtime.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah, oh, okay.
Can someone show Emily where we play?
Yes, Madam Gazelle. Let's see who is the loudest. Okay, I'll go first.
Fuck off, Janet.
My turn. My turn. My turn. You try. I'm not too sure.
Oh my god.
I'll try. Do it again.
Emily loves jumping up and down in dog shit.
Emily Elephant is my friend.
Yes!
Who do you like best?
Wait a damn minute.
I like Susie and Danny and Zoe and Rebecca and Pedro and Pepper. My cousin Chloe.
You threw the ball too hard, George.
Girl, shut the fuck up.
Chloe's a big girl, like me.
So don't be sad if she finds you too little to play with.
Chloe to spend the day at Peppa's house.
Let's play catch. Do you still play catch? That's a game for little children. Can't catch me. George, I'm going to easily catch you. You're so little.
That's not fair.
Can't catch us. Can't catch us.
This is a silly game. Can we play something else?
Brother, I know a really good game for big children. It's called I want to play George, I saw you move. Got you.
That has to be a joke. I did not believe this is happening.
I saw you move. Back to the start. Can we play a different game?
Are you serious? Are you serious?
Peppa's favourite game is jumping up and down in muddy puddles.
George, I'm too grown up to jump in muddy puddles.
You're gonna laugh. This is shit.
Race you! Race you!
Go ride deck bicycle.
That's a fine pumpkin, Daddy Pig.
Daddy Pig is very proud of his pumpkin. George is riding his tricycle.
He's going so slowly.
Let's just laugh at him now.
If we race the Daddy's pumpkin, we have to be very careful not to bump into it. Look at George, he's going so slowly.
Hey, shut your filthy fucking mouths.
Yours is a paper bike too, Peppa. You've still got stabilisers. Let's ride up the hill again. Are you coming, Peppa?
No, I think I'll stay here.
Bye-bye, bitch.
Do you think you can ride without them?
Yes!
It's not funny.
Don't let go, Daddy.
Don't worry, I've got you.
Daddy! Race you to Daddy's pumpkin!
Peppa isn't looking where she is going. Oh dear.
Never mind the pumpkin. You should have died at birth.
And because Daddy Pig's is so big, there will be enough for everyone.
Hooray!
Pussy.
Swabe sa kagat, smoky sweet pa. Yan ang mga Inasal Pork Barbecue. 99 pesos lang.
Serving face, but yellow teeth not giving? Try new Close Up White Now, our first ever whitening serum toothpaste with purple serum technology and kaolin clay that makes your teeth up to 4 times brighter, giving you that confident smile. Buy new Close Up White Now. Fresh now, white wow!
Hey y'all, Scott here. I've realized today's youth is way into getting corrupted, so it's only fair to give every possible good or service an age-appropriate rating. Introducing the Food Eating and Ratings Association, or FEAR for short, where we give all food on the market a rating so you can decide if it's right for you and your kids. E for edible, R for ranch, and ITLFN. It tastes like f***ing nickels.
Rated everyone 10 and up.
What I would give to win a sweepstakes dinner with that guy. The ESRB, the narcs who made us play Simpsons Hit and Run instead of Grand Theft Auto 3. They've played a major role in helping to mitigate some video game controversies, even when there's been more of them after the rating system was established. Media has always been under scrutiny for being bad influences on our youth. Television, film, music, literature, all have had countless controversies surrounding them in terms of content. Rock and roll was thought to corrupt the youth when it debuted. Schindler's List was broadcast on network television unedited. You can tell that ruffled a few feathers. Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom and Gremlins were both rated PG and featured some not-so-PG elements, and I'm still not allowed to read Catcher in the Rye. But video games were always seen as the worst of all those mediums. With a violent movie, you're watching a killer. With a violent video game, you are the killer. There have been so many controversies surrounding games. Pinball machines were outlawed for a while due to being considered gambling, leading to 70s arcade games facing outcry, the game Death Race shocking many for its portrayal of running over gremlins. Gotcha's controls were designed to look like Custer's Revenge on Atari 2600, doing the whole Custer's Revenge thing. And as the years went on, technology advanced, and violent video games weren't, oh, it kinda looks like you're killing people. They were more like, video games as a whole were leading up to that moment. Video games were becoming more graphic and thus raised more eyebrows. In the arcade, games like Splatterhouse just rubbed blood and gore into your face. Narc was an incredibly violent one where you blew up dozens of people, but they were all drug dealers and the game had an anti-drug message. And of course, Mortal Kombat. The fighting game craze started with Street Fighter II in 1991, and a year later, Mortal Kombat came out and had to stand out from the crowd. It utilized digitized graphics, which looked insane at the time. It was so realistic. But also to help it stand out, it had a little help from our friend Gore. The game already caused tons of controversy due to this, but it was multiplied exponentially when the game made its way to home consoles. especially the Sega Genesis. Positioning the Sega Genesis as the more adult console, Sega felt the need to live up to that reputation by allowing more mature games on the system while also imposing less censorship than Nintendo. This was famously done with the home versions of Mortal Kombat. While both the Super Nintendo and Sega Genesis versions initially lacked the blood and gore of the arcade version, all you had to do on the Genesis was enter in that sweet cheat code to enable it. While this made the Genesis port a hit with kids, it didn't bode well with parents and even the US government. December 9th, 1993 was the day a congressional hearing was held to discuss violent video games and a potential system to rate the games based on their content and themes. Mortal Kombat was a major talking point alongside the games Lethal Enforcers, Night Trap, and later on Doom. Yeah, the content in these games were more mature than others, but a lot of the examples of things these games did that went too far feel a bit over-exaggerated. Lethal Enforcers used a blue toy gun and had you shooting bad guys as a police officer. Night Trap was a full-motion video game for the Sega CD that was as harmless as a lame direct-to-video B-movie. And Mortal Kombat, yeah, I have no excuse for that one. Representatives for Nintendo and Sega were present, with Nintendo's Howard Lincoln standing strong and just throwing Sega under the bus, acting like Night Trap was the most heinous thing ever constructed by man.
Obviously, it would not pass our guidelines. This game, which as you've indicated, promotes violence against women, simply has no place in our society.
This scene from Night Trap was the one everybody got up in arms about. You can't look at this scene and say, oh man, this is poisoning the minds of our youth. Like, what's going on here? To anyone watching this scene, it looks like a bunch of burglars are pumping a girl's neck with some machine, which led to everybody saying, I don't know what's going on, but I don't like it. Even though at the time of the hearing there would be no technical way for Night Trap to run on a Nintendo console, Lincoln made one thing very clear.
And let me say that for the record, I want to state that Night Trap will never appear on a Nintendo system.
Nintendo wasn't immune to criticism during the hearing, but Sega was getting absolutely slaughtered, mainly due to the significant increase in mature themes with games on Sega platforms. With Mortal Kombat's Blood and their own game Night Trap, they had it rough that day. In their defense, Sega initiated their own rating system a few months before the hearing. GA for general audiences, MA13 for 13-year-olds and older, and MA17 for 17-year-olds and older. They were blasted for possibly only using a rating system to fight the backlash and due to the age ratings being too vague, even though the ESRB ratings are basically the same thing!
This is a copy of the packaging. There was no rating on this game at all when the game was introduced. Small children bought this at Toys R Us, and he knows that as well as I do. When they started getting heat about this game, then they adopted the rating system and put ratings on it.
While a lot of the arguments made during this time were obviously kind of uninformed and pretty silly, it simply made sense for video games to receive content ratings just like movies and television, especially considering the drastic differences between content and games. They weren't necessarily trying to censor games, rather making sure consumers were aware of what they were buying. More hearings were held later in 1994, and it was agreed upon most game companies to initiate a game rating system, with major retail outlets making it clear they would not buy games without a rating. That year would see the creation of the Entertainment Software Rating Board, or the ESRB, an organization that gives video games age-appropriate ratings. Developers send in videos of their projects showcasing standard gameplay and what could be deemed more objectionable content to receive one of initially 5 ratings: early childhood, kids to adults, teen, mature, or adults only. Later in 1998, kids to adults was renamed to everyone, and in 2005 the new everyone 10 and up rating was introduced with Donkey Kong Jungle Beat. Because this game couldn't have possibly been rated E for everyone, that's fucking ridiculous. Later the design of the ratings changed to pure black letters, with a slight design revision in 2013. Good? Remember these spray paint stencil designs? There's something oddly charming about the old school look of these ratings, especially the K to A one, even though I definitely prefer E for everyone, as it's way more straightforward and clear. Back during the GameCube, PS2, and Xbox era, it felt like there was a nice variety of games rated E, T, and M. Nowadays, it feels more like it's everything or nothing. Honestly, how many times have you seen a T-rated game this generation? Of course, there's the elusive EC and AO. EC is fairly uncommon, mainly used on edutainment games on the PC. ESRB's website claims that only 289 games have been given the rating. On the exact opposite side of the spectrum, Adults Only is by far the rarest rating, with only 27 games rated as such. Now, there's really not a ton of games rated AO for a few reasons, one of them being the fact that most AO rated games are basically... Another being the fact that all console manufacturers have a policy against AO games, stating that they aren't allowed on the platforms, and similarly, most retail chains won't carry products rated AO. This is the main reason we don't see the rating too often. If developers actually want to sell their game and it happens to get rated AO, they have to go in there and change some things up. More recently, the game Agony received the rating, and the developers had to tone the violence down to go full-on M-rated so it could be released on consoles. Due to the Big Three's policies, the majority of AO games have only appeared on PC, exceptions being the Philips CDI and a DVD game. However, we do have 2 more examples of AO games on consoles, one being Thrill Kill on the PS1. The game got hit with an AO rating, but never released commercially. You can find the ROM online crazy easily though. The other one was... Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, so that's why CJ isn't in Smash Brothers. After the game's released, an unfinished sex scene was found in the game's files, later dubbed as the Hot Coffee mod. It wasn't accessible without hacking the game, but people were angry, even though the game was already rated M. And like I said, it wasn't accessible without hacking. It was nothing special. You get the same experience from watching 2 action figures going at it, but it was a big enough deal that the game was re-rated AO and pulled from shelves, which led to Rockstar re-releasing the game to re-achieve an M rating, which is why you'll see many copies of San Andreas with 2nd edition written on them. A similar situation went down with Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion, where a random somebody made a nude mod for the game. And it was discovered deep within the game's files existed the art the mod used for the nudity. That was uncalled for. Nowadays, it feels like more mature content is getting the pass within lower age ratings. Indigo Prophecy's unedited PC release was originally given an AO rating, but recently with the release of an uncensored remastered version, it was given an M. Also, Galgun Double Peace is a game where you shoot pheromones at girls and it's rated E for everyone. Guys, society finally accepts us. It was a misprint. Sometimes a game's rating can leave you perplexed, like, how the How are so many Kirby games rated E10+? Like, I get it, Kirby games can get kind of intense, but too intense for a 7-year-old? Games in series well known for being one specific rating can change things up at a moment's notice, and it weirds me out. Dark Souls? Oh yeah, big M-rated series. Oh, okay, Batman Arkham series. Well, Phoenix Wright. Oh, come on. Fight Night, an EA Sports title, easy contender for family fun, Jesus. When you look at this, ESRB.org has a description of content found in games that could be objectionable. I gotta say, many M-rated games definitely have a hearty dose of f***ing shit. With ESRB being around for nearly 25 years, it's maintained its place as one of the most important aspects of the gaming industry. That, with the inception of digital games, kids can buy as many M-rated games as they want. Like, kid walks into the store, buys PlayStation Network bucks, goes home, buys Bloody McSexy the game, and becomes Genghis Khan. Like, come on, I thought we got rid of that guy. Disregarding that, so many parents just buy their kids M-rated games with no second thought. They just don't look at the ratings and then blame the game for being too vulgar for their kids. Why don't you actually be a parent and regulate what media your child consumes rather than blaming the media itself? Different people are into different things, meaning not every piece of media produced is going to be G-rated. That's true concerning everything, especially video games. Most video games that garner controversy for being unsuitable for children are already rated M. But is that ever brought up when all these big shots who know nothing about video games talk about how video games are corrupting society? No, they just talk about how the newest Call of Duty is poisoning our children when, guys! It's absolutely ridiculous how hard it is for people to notice the bold black letter in the corner of these games. Well, I'm taking a stand. We need to expand the size of these things. It's for the kids.
Oh, hey, it's Eddie Plays. What is this about?
Real quick, and I know I'm gonna get a lot of hate for this, but this just needs to be said. Insert controversial opinion.
Bro,
Like,
that's facts, man. That's exactly what I'm saying. Why do people... Man, I don't know. Anyway, why are there more comments than likes?
Unbelievable. There is no way you think that insert controversial opinion.
Bro, are
I'm
you
ashamed.
serious?
That's why you
Insert controversial opinion?
Yup. Lost respect.
Never mind. Okay, let me just take away my like real quick. Nobody saw that, and... #1 trending on Twitter after Eddie Plays said insert controversial opinion. There's now a riot outside of his house? What the hell, was it really that bad? Whew, okay, what's going on, chat? How we all doing today? Address the Eddie Plays situation. Yeah, man, he's a horrible person. All right. This video just doesn't sit right with me. What are you talking about? It's just a YouTube video. It's not that serious. No, but just hear me out on this. He only used the phrase, insert controversial opinion, instead of using an actual example. Well, yeah, if he uses a real example, the audience is gonna assume that's what he really believes, and it's gonna put him under fire. He has a reputation, you know? That's true, but let me ask you this. Would you agree that YouTubers tend to make videos regarding recent events from real life? Yeah, the more relevant it is, the more views. That's basically the business. Now hold that thought. So isn't it entirely possible that this scenario recently happened to him, and he's agreeing with someone who was recently canceled? Damn, you might be right. So depending on how recent this was, we might be able to find out exactly who he's inferencing and what they believe in, making us the first to cancel this motherfucker. You're a goddamn genius. Okay, I've pulled up the global cancellation calendar. Let's see what we've got. We've got Big Red Truck 95, not that guy. Glamorous Grace, she does fashion videos, he's probably never heard of her. Orangey Orange, maybe. They make similar content, so it could be this guy. Wait, check his following, let's see if they know each other. Alright, I'm looking, and yup, there it is. Mutual friends, this might be our guy. Oh, bet, this is huge. Now wait, look at his apology video. We gotta see what he was actually canceled for. Yeah, you're right. Nobody's perfect. Sometimes we say stuff that we didn't think would. Hold on, just skip past it, he's yapping too much. From the bottom of my, I will take never and again. I'm sorry that I did. Did you see that? Holy shit, that's like him walking in the background. This is who he's secretly defending. No way, bro, I can't believe that worked. But now, it's time for the moment of truth. Let's find out what his real opinion is. But it's time to take full accountability. So to those who don't know what I said that. Get muted, you nosy bitch! Did you happen to forget that I'm the one editing this video? You really believe that I would just rat myself out like that? All of your efforts were futile! What? Oh, I see what you're doing. Yup, you really got me. Hey, guess what? Boink! Oh, man. What the fuck? He's breaking my monitor? That's physically impossible! Ah, shit, I gotta delete the program. Quick! Okay. In conclusion, I'm perfect.
What? There's one thing I gotta warn you about! He's here!
If you're a Christian and people don't like you, that means you're doing something right. Wear it as a badge of honor.
Oh, so they don't like you because you're a Christian. Well, let's see what the Bible has to say about what it means to be a Christian. Shall we start with Jesus? Let's go with Matthew chapter 5. Blessed are the poor in spirit. Blessed are those who mourn. Blessed are the meek. Blessed are those who hunger and thirst for righteousness. Blessed are the merciful. Blessed are the pure in heart. Blessed are the peacemakers. And then in verse 39 it says, I tell you, do not resist an evil person. If someone strikes you on the right cheek, turn to him the other also. In verse 44 it says, but I tell you, love your enemies and pray for those who persecute you. In Matthew chapter 7 it says, you will know a tree by its fruit, and a good tree cannot bear bad fruit, and a bad tree cannot bear good fruit. In Matthew 25 it says, for I was hungry and you gave me nothing to eat. I was thirsty and you gave me nothing to drink. I was a stranger, you did not invite me in. I needed clothes and you did not clothe me. I was sick and in prison and you did not look after me. And whatever you did not do for the least of these, you did not do for me. In Luke 6, when Jesus is asked, he says, but I tell anyone who hears me, love your enemies, do good to those who hate you, bless those who curse you, pray for those who mistreat you. If someone strikes you on the cheek, turn to him the other also. If someone takes your cloak, do not stop him from taking your tunic. Give to everyone who asks of you. And if anyone takes what belongs to you, do not demand it back from them. In Matthew 19, it says that the rich man will not enter heaven until he gives all his wealth away to the poor. And in Luke 10, when a man tries to get out of loving his neighbor by saying, well, Jesus, who is my neighbor? Jesus gave the parable of the Samaritan, who was honored and blessed because he crossed racial and religious lines to help someone because they needed help, not because they agreed with his politics or his religion. And you mentioned in this video that people that don't have the Spirit are going to attack you. What are the fruits of the Spirit, Ray? Because Galatians 5:22 says they're love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, and self-control. Self-control like this, Ray?
Not one specific liberal creator that I wouldn't spar with.
Because it was real interesting when Thorne Bradley and Good Trouble showed up in the chat. You no longer wanted the smoke. Women offered to fight you, and I will as well. And you blocked them, eventually deleted the post, and went crying to other conservative creators for help. People don't dislike you because you're a Christian. They dislike you because you're not like Christ. And you take these words and you turn them into hypocrisy. In John 13:34, Jesus says, "A new commandment I give you, that you love one another." People will know who you are by how you love one another, and you don't do that. You come out here and you vote to take away Medicare and Medicaid, people that need healthcare. You vote to strip everything from the poor so you can pad rich people's pockets because you think proximity to them is going to give you some of that wealth someday. You're totally fine with ostracizing people who don't believe like you do, violating people's religious liberties or their right to love whoever the fuck they want and wear what clothes and present in what gender they want. You are so ready to take people's rights away because the only person you care about is yourself. They do not dislike you because you are a Christian, but because you are a fucking hypocrite, and you're just like the Pharisees who hung him on the cross to begin with. If you were like Christ, no one would have a problem with how you conduct yourself. Y'all want to be persecuted so bad, out here being bullies to everyone else, pretending you're the victim. Jesus died trying to dismantle the system he was born in. You're letting people die so that you can preserve your power.
Level up your self-care with Vaseline Glutathione Pro Age Restore. Feel the power of glutathione and 70 times collagen. Experience firmer, radiant skin. Only with Vaseline Pro Age Restore.
Locked to traditional ways of paying? Unlock a fast and secure way with Union Bank Online. Yes, you can! Locked to over-the-counter check deposits? Unlock hassle-free mobile check deposits. Yes, you can! Locked to straight credit card purchases? Unlock easy conversion to installments. Yes, you can! With Union Bank Online, live a life unlocked.
Asa di sigurado. Sa Shopee Mall, ang prices lower than SRP. Sigurado sa Shopee Mall!
Try Vicks Vapor Rub Extra Strong with 2 times menthol para sa iyong tough cough and cold symptoms.
Russian dancing men, oh yes, we're Russian dancing men. I'm dancing with a purple hen. I've also got this ballpoint pen. We're Russian dancing men, we're only dancing now and then. We started off at 10:30, soon we'll be going home again. We're Russian dancing men, our favorite pepper is Cayenne. We're dancing right next to Big Ben, come on and see us boogaloo. Cause we're Russian and we're dancing, and we always keep spare pants in case of accidents while boogieing. Cause Russians love to boogie.
and is he eligible to be entered in the giveaway? No, my guy, you didn't subscribe, so unfortunately I cannot give you the giveaway. Guys, we have a subscriber count down below our
close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. till my shadow turns to sun rays, and on we'll go through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. Hold me close.
die for Israel?
Yes, sir.
I'm proud of you, son. You've done more for America than you'd usually have. Are you ready to die for Israel?
Yes, sir.
Well, I'm proud of you, son. You've done more for America than you'd usually have. And are you ready to die for Israel?
Sir, can we just use drones instead of dropping our men into a highly defended city?
What? Did you just disrespect this, you fucking anti-Semite? You have now been dishonorably discharged. You will not return home to your mom and dad. You will meet Jamaica! Dying for Israel is a great honor for America. And you know what? I'll die for Israel too!
Today I had a craving for Jar Jar Binks lollipop tongues, which is a completely normal craving. So I decided to make my own from scratch. Cause nothing's better than homemade tongue, and also the original ones are 20 years old and will probably give me botulism. I got some hard candy from the Jolly Rancher. Cherry flavored. Want a taste? I then carefully unwrapped each Rancher until I had, I don't know, this many? After that, I grabbed my silicone tongue molds that exist for some reason, and delicately shoved each piece of candy until it was about yay high. With that done, I set my oven to really, really hot and placed my tongues in, allowing the candy to melt for 9 minutes according to my Jar Jar Binks watch. I then took the tongues out with my tongs. The melted sugar was like lava on Mustafar, so I let it cool a bit until it was just soft enough to gently impale with a lollipop stick. And after waiting even more, the lollipops are ready to pop out, perfectly ruby red and ready to be shoved into Jar Jar Binks' mouth. A process where I definitely didn't hurt myself doing it. Why? Why do you ask? With it finally done, I ponder what brought me to this point before taking a celebratory taste. And it's like if cherry and shame had a flavor. Truly the best Star Wars sweet to enjoy solo or to share.
Tra-la-la! Are you worried about impending doom? Those chuddy groupers got you filled with gloom. But don't you fear, there's a hero in the thread, the thread, the thread. He's digging up the catalog in the interest of Sergeant Brampart. It's the gassy warrior, here's mighty battle cry. Hey, watch out, Chud! He's a Spanish flag stud. Na-na-na-na-na, gassy Jimmerald, yeah, yeah, yeah. This thread needs a hero. He's bouncing up and down on his down across town. Na-na-na-na-na, gassy Jimmerald, yeah, yeah, yeah. 3 times the size of Nicka Cole. Always be. I'm saying it. Oh yeah, this puke of an eagle, gassy Jimmerald is his name. Snap your fingers and he'll be right there. The freaky fodder with the fluoride stare. He'll jump his trousers in a fight to save the thread, the thread, the thread. Oh, there he goes to pressure party. He's the gym that saves Soy Jack Party. All the chuddies soil themselves every time they hear him say, this thread needs a hero.
Thank you to Factor for sponsoring this video. Head to factor75.com or click the link below and use code 50BizarreBeasts to get 50% off and free shipping on your first Factor box.
Bad news, the ocean is full of spiders. Sea spiders, that is. They're not actually arachnids, although they certainly look the part. They also don't have a ton in common with other chelicerates, which is the group that includes arachnids, horseshoe crabs, and the extinct sea scorpions. And they maybe don't, have a ton in common with other arthropods in general? Point is, they're weird guys, and the specifics of their strangeness may actually help us to better understand how all of these different invertebrate groups evolved. And as we investigate the common traits of a beast this bizarre, we end up finding our way back to an ancient branching point within the most diverse group of living things on the planet. To keep this channel going, the Bizarre Beasts Pin Club is open for subscriptions for the whole month. Sign up by November 20th and the first pin you will get will be a sea spider. Sea spiders are any of the roughly 1,300 species of marine invertebrates in the class Pycnogonida, a name that aptly means dense knees. And if you look at them, they sure do have a high density of knees. A pycnogonid looks like if you asked somebody to quickly draw a spider from memory and all they could recall was legs. Some walk along the seafloor while others swim. They can be as small as just a few millimeters or as large as 75 centimeters. And they can be found all over the world, from coastal shallows to 7 kilometers deep. And it's the species that live way down deep or in the cold waters of Antarctica that represent the upper end of that size range due to the related phenomena of both polar gigantism and deep sea gigantism. Basically, as you travel to parts of the world with colder and colder temperatures, you will find bigger and bigger animals, whether you're moving farther from the equator or deeper below the waves. The evolutionary explanation for larger bodies being better adapted to colder environments is still debated, but the top contenders are better metabolism, fewer potential predators, and more efficient oxygen use. We're actually going to talk about that last point in a minute. Like true spiders, sea spiders have a cephalothorax and an abdomen and 4 pairs of legs. But unlike true spiders, the pycnogonid's cephalothorax is thin and includes a proboscis for eating with, an abdomen that is downright tiny, and in some species, they may have 1 or 2 additional pairs of legs. And all of those legs have more joints than the legs of any other type of arthropod, with leg segments that are just a bit different from anyone else's. This leggy body layout is multifunctional, and their legs aren't just for getting around. They also have several specialized types, including legs for eating with, pedipalps for sensing and grooming, and some species have especially unique limbs for reproduction and offspring care called ovagers. They reproduce by holding their ovagers against those of the opposite sex, and then the fertilized eggs attach to the male's ovagers, where they stay until they hatch. So yeah, they reproduce with their legs by releasing sperm or laying eggs out of their legs. This is because with such a tiny cephalothorax and abdomen, organs like the reproductive system had to go somewhere. And it really is kind of all legs with these things. For example, they also breathe through their legs and use them for circulation. Pycnogonids do not have gills or any other specialized respiratory structures, so they do all of their gas exchange right through their exoskeleton. And although they do have a heart, for some of the really big Antarctic species, it doesn't create a strong enough flow to get to every body part. Luckily, their gut reaches almost all the way into their walking legs, so as oxygen diffuses into their legs from the surrounding water, they use peristaltic muscle movements to squeeze fluid into those gut extensions, moving oxygen from the legs into the rest of the body. And to be clear, despite all of this complicated fluid exchange happening in their extremities, sea spiders still do all the actual limb movements via normal muscles. They just also happen to have a big leg stomach that pumps their blood so they can breathe. You know, normal stuff. At the very least, this does answer an important question for pycnogonids: is gut legs? Their wacky appendages did not just earn them the name of their taxonomic class either. Sea spiders also belong to the order Pantopoda, which literally means all legs or all feet. But this order actually is more of a compromise between disagreeing taxonomists than a true classification. It encompasses all all extant sea spiders, and it doesn't exactly help narrow down how these guys came onto the scene in the first place. Part of the problem is that scientists have disagreed for a long time about where sea spiders fit into the tree of life in general. Are they arachnids? They resemble regular spiders, but there's that sticking point of some pycnogonids having more than 8 legs, and their overtures are a unique feature that you will not find on any arachnid. So let's go up one taxonomic rank. Chelicerata is the subphylum that encompasses arachnids plus horseshoe crabs and some extinct species with similar vibes. Sea spiders have the telltale claws on the front of their bodies, on those feeding legs we mentioned, that help identify chelicerates. But then they also have features like the proboscis, which can't be found in any other chelicerate species. This has led some scientists to categorize them as an outgroup to chelicerates, or else as an outgroup to all other arthropods. But then we go up to that next level, to the whole phylum Arthropoda, and we still find ways pycnogonids just refuse to conform to our definitions. Arthropods can be generally described as invertebrates with exoskeletons, segmented bodies, and jointed legs, and at a glance, sea spiders tick all of those boxes. But their unique reproductive structures, atypical joints, and ability to grow between molts, not to mention the substantial leg real estate that their major organs occupy, all make pycnogonids serious outliers. So why don't we just use DNA to solve all of this? Taxonomy is a human construct, but something as fundamental as genetics should give us a more concrete answer, right? Well, sea spiders are actually too weird for this. Thanks to the way their digestive systems extend into their legs, their tissue samples can be very easily contaminated with the genetic material of whatever the sea spider ate, especially for the smallest species. Luckily, we do have some other tools available to us, like embryology. Comparing the developmental stages of different taxa can offer us clues about how they are all related. In the case of sea spiders, they start off life as basically just a head with a few small extremities, gradually growing more segments and more legs as they develop from larva to adult. This same developmental pattern is common in other arthropods, especially in crustaceans. Researchers initially suggested that the rough similarities here could mean that pycnogonids represent a more ancestral developmental strategy among arthropods. But that has since been dismissed in favor of the possibility that the whole head larva way of doing things evolved multiple times convergently across arthropods. And sure enough, a comparison to similar-looking fossil pycnogonid nymphs supports this hypothesis. So what exactly do we get from all of this? In short, sea spiders have enough in common with enough different arthropods for us to include them in that phylum, and enough in common with chelicerates for us to at least group them in that general vicinity. But with all the truly wild traits that these odd little dudes display, scientists have concluded, at least for now, that Pycnogonida most likely split off in the early Cambrian, around 530 million years ago, to become a sister group to all modern chelicerates. Sometimes what makes an animal bizarre is just how different their shapes, behaviors, and lives are from what we are used to. And sometimes it's how hard we have to work to fit them into a nice human-defined box. For sea spiders, it's both. And that double whammy of weirdness is actually helping scientists better understand the evolution of arthropods as a whole. And given that they are the most diverse taxon on the planet, that's a pretty big deal. So maybe an ocean full of spiders that are made entirely out of legs is good news after all. Joining the pin club at bizarrebeastshow.com helps us keep making these videos. If you want the sea spider pin to be your first pin, subscribe by November 20th. You can't do it after that. You will never get that pin. Now, for some bonus facts.
Hello guys, ako si Alvin Patrimonio and welcome to the Goats Teach Codes. And for today's lesson...
Ano? Halika.
Uy, silang pre. Nangyari?
Nakaka-bad trip, coach eh. Practice ako ng practice, di ko pa rin matama. Paano na kaya yung pick-up game natin nito?
Chill lang pre. Baka kailangan mo na sports therapy. So, since kailan pa ito nangyayari sa'yo?
Parang nung bata pa ako, coach eh.
Huwag ka magalit sa mga bagay na di mo kayang i-control. Learn to let go.
Opo, coach.
Pero may isang pwede mo rin i-control. At yun yung protection against BO, sweat, and marks. Kaya ito, At ganyan mag-stay cool pag bad trip ka.
Nakabahan na ako. Tara na po. Hanggang kong lagi ay makita ka. Good morning! What's up, madlang people? Ako po si Darren Espanto. Gusto ko pong gawing mas special ang inyong umaga, so meron po akong kanta para lang po sa inyong lahat. Here we go!
Kamusta po kayo? Sa mga hindi pa po nakakaalam, pwede nyo na pong gamitin ang inyong MasterCard as your mode of payment. Right ka lang, it's as easy as tap and go.
This is Teacher Giselle, everyone! So napaka-special po talaga nitong araw na to para dito sa bus terminal, dito sa EDSA Ayala.
If there is one thing that Bizarre Beasts shares with its sister shows at Complexly, it's that we love a good fact about butts. In a study published in January of 2023, researchers discovered that juveniles of one species of sea spider were able to regrow their back ends after they were experimentally amputated. The sea spiders regenerated at least 2 of their back legs, their reproductive systems, portions of their digestive system, and their anuses. They regrew their butts. The adult sea spiders that took part in the study were not so lucky. They did not regrow any body parts, and half didn't survive. And that might be why scientists hadn't realized sea spiders could regenerate lost body parts. They'd been looking at the adults, not the juveniles. The second bonus fact is, remember those giant Antarctic sea spiders we mentioned earlier? Well, in most species of sea spiders, the males carry the eggs around on their legs until they hatch, and sometimes even after that. It's exclusively the males who do the parental care. But in one species of giant Antarctic sea spider, one of the parents, probably still the father, attaches the eggs to the seafloor instead. Their microalgae grows over them so they blend in with the rocky bottom of the ocean, which camouflages the eggs and provides them with protection.
Sea spiders eat soft invertebrates they find on the seafloor, but thankfully, you have more options, like the ready-to-eat meals from Factor. Eat stress-free with Factor's delicious ready-to-eat meals. Every fresh, never-frozen meal is chef-crafted, dietitian-approved, and ready to eat in just 2 minutes. Choose from a weekly menu of 35 options, including popular options like Calorie Smart, Keto, Protein Plus, or Vegan and Veggie. Also, discover more than 60 add-ons every week, like breakfast, on-the-go lunch, snacks, and beverages to help you stay fueled and feel good all day long. Factor meals eliminate the hassle of prepping, cooking, or cleaning up. Simply heat and savor the good stuff. Today, I had the roasted tomato and feta cavatappi with broccoli and red peppers. The tomatoes really make this for me, but the broccoli balances the whole meal out very nicely. Head to Factor75.com or click the link below and use code 50BizarreBeasts to get 50% off and free shipping on your first Factor box. That's code 50BizarreBeasts at Factor75.com to get 50% off and free shipping on your first box.
Basta prito.
Once
there was a girl who wanted
Kid can't even read.
to
Cut it out, dude. You're gonna get us in trouble.
Today, Junior?
Mwahahaha! I'm gonna burn the entire village down, and I have a cool scar. Why? Huh? What do you mean? Why do you want to burn the village? Why do you have a cool scar? Because I'm evil? Why are you evil? Well, shoot, I don't know. Hello sillies, D the Dot again. So for this video, I highly suggest you check out my character development video and my backstory video first. Once you have a good backstory for your character, come back and I'll tell you how to turn that into an evil modern story. Really quickly, please consider joining my Discord server and check out my new webcomic, Silly Cats Co. Both will be linked in the description. Okay, so you have your character and you know what happened to them in the past. How does that affect them in the present? A good villain has to hit the following criteria: meaningful, threatening, and determined. Meaningful. Why does your character do what they do? We already talked about this, but psychologically, do your character's present-day actions make sense because of their past? Obviously, their past shouldn't be an excuse for their horrible actions, but if there's nothing at all pushing them to be evil, why the heck are they evil? For this entire video, I will be using Best Boy Zuko as an example, because he is a super complex and well-written character, but also because I love him. We all know this by now. But anyways, if you haven't seen Avatar, A, go watch it. B, beware there are gonna be some spoilers. I will put timestamps to skip to every time I talk about Zuko so you can skip. What makes Zuko a meaningful villain? Well, when we see his past, we see that he is rejected as a child by his father, teased and mocked by his sister, and his mother dies, leaving him with nobody to support him. He strives to please his father, but he's disappointed every time. Azula gets all the recognition. Zuko is left completely neglected, so in the future he tries to become recognized by his family again by searching for the Avatar. He has this whole honor complex set up because of his need for any amount of attention. So although he does some bad things and you really hate him at the beginning of the series, his actions make sense because of how he was treated. The next criteria to make sure your character is threatening. Does your character even hold any amount of threat towards your protagonists? If they achieved their goals, would the protagonist even be affected? If you answered no to either of those, you have to rethink some things. Your villain is not just a silly distraction. The whole point of a villain is to impose a threat on your protagonists. They're not there to move the story along. They are the story. If you removed your villain, your story would have little to no story at all. That is a great way to measure whether or not your villain is threatening. Spoiler warning again. Zuko is a pretty threatening villain, considering he wants to capture the Avatar for the Fire Nation, which would literally mean the Fire Nation can take over the world, meaning many lives are lost to death or enslavement, and there's literally no one who can save them. So yeah, without Zuko kicking off the series with a good threat, Avatar would pretty much be nothing. Another thing that makes Zuko threatening is that he gets so close to succeeding many times. If your villain never even comes close to achieving their goal, they're really an empty threat. The last main criteria is determined. Your villain needs to have just as much motivation as your protagonist to complete their goal, if not more. If they have less motivation, your protagonist is just gonna win without any worries, which can really weaken your story. You want potential consumers of your story to fear for the safety of your protagonist. Without a motivated villain, this literally won't and can't happen. Spoiler warning. Imagine if Zuko just didn't care to put an effort to complete his goal. He'd be so useless and unimportant. But no, he is an insanely motivated character, even risking his life multiple times just for the chance to capture the Avatar. Now there's a few more things I want to cover about writing villains. Number 1, is your main villain the main threat? Because technically they don't have to be. You can have an antagonistic character who poses as the main threat of the series when they're actually not. Like, they have a superior, or maybe there's a non-character threat that's worse than the villain. Usually when you want to do levels of villains or threats, it means a new villain or villains that are more threatening get introduced throughout your story. Number 2, if you want to make a redeemed villain, make your villain redeemable. Let's just be honest, some characters literally don't deserve a redemption arc no matter how much they apologize and try to fix things. So if you want to make a villain that's redeemable, make sure they actually have redeeming qualities outside of a good personality. Because a good personality has nothing to do with their actions and intentions. Okay, so this was gonna be the part where I literally rambled about Jinu from K-pop Demon Hunters for the rest of the video for like 4 minutes straight. I'm not even exaggerating here. But I felt like that was a little janky, not very important. It was just me trying to get my thoughts about whether or not he should be redeemed on paper. So I guess that this is the end of the video now, because that was too much. That was way too much. You guys don't want to sit through that. So all I have to say from here is please go join the Dita Discord server, please go check out my webcomic, and if you happened to buy and read Redbury, my novel, also linked in description, please go give it a review on Amazon. That's all. Bye guys!
Here in kilocode, we can see how much the generation costs, cheap when compared to the result. Now that we are ready, let's ask kilocode to build a note organizer app where users can create notes and organize their knowledge. Alright, let's send the prompt in and let kilocode do the work for us. And here the generation is already completed, so here's the app generated by kilocode and Cloud for Sonnet. This app seems to work as expected, so let's get back to kilocode.
Chippy chippy chappa chappa ruby ruby lava lava magico mi ruby ruby boom 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 chippy chippy chappa chappa ruby ruby lava lava magico mi ruby ruby boom 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 chippy.
I will make this clear. I don't like AI. It's just stupid and can be harmful to artists. If your opinion varies, whatever. It can be fun to play with, it can be used as a valuable tool, and it can create hilarious things. But in my opinion, human work will always be better. Welcome everyone to Dee's marvelous game show of the internet, Cirque D Silly! Today's first contestant is Little Johnny. Let's see if he falls victim to AI. Here's your phone. Your challenge? Survive YouTube Shorts. Oh dear. Oh yuck. Good thing no one likes this scary soulless video type of thing, right? Oh dear goodness. These absolute brain rot AI channels are extremely common nowadays. Usually there's cute little animals getting threatened in danger, and it entices the viewer to like to save the baby animal. It's so weird how common they are. In a video made by a YouTuber, Yikes, titled I Went Viral on YouTube Kids, he interviews one of the people behind this type of channel. His one is called Creative Kitten.
Or Davier.
What type of videos do you make?
I make a lot of videos from Fortnite to Roblox to Minecraft to Brain Rot.
Okay, and how many channels do you think you probably have?
I have 8.
How much do you think ballpark have you made from all of those YouTube channels?
Like combined? Probably like 320K.
This clip basically reveals the real reason behind making this brain rot content, which is obviously money. So even though it's hard to believe, there is a human running these channels, they just don't do any of the work. Listen, I understand it's a super easy way to make your dough. Heck, he paid $4 for each video edited, and he earned over $300,000 back. But man, these videos are literally the scum of the earth. Worst part is, a lot of young kids don't realize these are AI.
Bro, this is so funny. Oh, like to save the puppy? Okay, yay!
Aww. Looks like Johnny is out of the race. Sorry man, you tried. Our next contestant is Sally, who will be trying to survive the temptations of AI-generated images. Quick disclaimer, this shouldn't be called AI art because art means human expression, but for the sake of myself, I will be calling it AI art in this video. AI art is infamous in the art community, from AI-generated Pokemon art contest entries to the everyday, I made this 100% for real posts. The vast majority of artists are very against AI. It genuinely steals from hundreds of artists with zero credit. In fact, Twitter, forever will be Twitter and not X, made it so it is literally impossible to opt out of your work being used for AI training. So if you post your art on Twitter, it can and will be used to train stupid robots to replicate your work. At this, a lot of users have been moving to Blue Sky, which is basically Twitter but not stupid. Here's your phone, Sally.
I'm good. I'll just go draw a cute kitty by myself.
Well, there you have it, folks. Sally survived. How miraculous. Just to show how stupid and useless AI can be, I'm gonna see if it can generate an image of Woobert the Silly Cat, which is like a super simple character design. Yeah, that's not Woobert. What artists did you steal this from?
So actually, I actually don't steal from artists.
Oh yeah, you totally don't steal. Oh gosh, I hate AI. The next contestant is Mrs. Francisco, because AI can negatively affect and scam people of all ages, not just young people. She will be looking at family portraits on Etsy. If you explored Etsy digital art in a hot second, you've probably seen these scary family portraits that all seem to follow the same art style. This is because they're made from AI, of course. It's also common for things like character adopts and commissions. What's equally as bad is that real artists have to go to the moon and back proving their art isn't made by AI, like this talented person here. Here's your phone, Mrs. Francisco.
Oh, these are just darling. I would love one of my family.
Unfortunately, Mrs. Francisco wasn't able to resist the temptations of AI-generated portraits. They're horrifying, though. Now, the fast section of our game show, where we quickly review 3 items to consider. The first one will be Pinterest. Pinterest has been horribly affected by AI. There are thousands upon thousands of AI-generated characters. Most of the designs are generic and bland, but the funny thing is, you could literally just steal those designs because AI stole from artists first. Hehe, good stuff. Next up is AI-generated songs and song covers. As hilariously bad as this cover of Cherry Bomb, sung by Toad, that I made is, it would be funnier if I just had a good Toad impression and sung it myself. It also wouldn't have as many lags. AI has sucked the creativity out of cringy song covers. It's so hard to find a character cover song that wasn't done by AI. Also, yes, I know this video of mine has an AI cover in the background, but that song is kind of a masterpiece and I think it gets a pass from me. The very last thing I want to cover is verified comment bots. Yes, bots. They are literally AI. Here's some proof, none of which was gathered by me. These YouTube commenters that for some reason have up to 1 million subscribers each and usually have one video typically comment the exact same thing as everyone else, exact same things as each other, and never reply to comments or interact with other users. Their comments are super generic and bland, and somehow thousands of people don't seem to realize they're AI, even going as far as to defend them. But yes, these channels are clearly made by AI, and usually the reason they have so many subscribers is because they purchased a verified channel for commenting. In conclusion of this video, just make things yourself. Sally, the aspiring artist in this video, is the only one to survive the game show this time. However, it's unfortunate to state that not every beginning artist is willing to make the journey of improving their artwork. I encourage anyone watching this to just keep drawing, just keep singing, just keep watching authentic human-made videos like this one. And don't buy creepy AI family portraits. Support a real artist. Hey, my commissions are open soon.
Goodness, hop on the bandwagon fan. Yo, chips delight stand.
I'm a lesbian and I haven't even made out with a girl yet. So you're a woman who's attracted to women with no women attracted to you? Damn, you really put the L in LGBT. Wow, that is a bar, and also not the first time we've read that tweet in a video. Hi again, dent heads, and I'm back today in the name of equality. Y'all know I've made a few videos looking at straight people struggling, whatever a straight person is. I'm still trying to figure that out. But I got a few comments on those videos saying that it was really unfair of me to single out straight people and joke about the situations they were going through. And you know what? I listen. I pride myself on being fair and balanced, and if I want to stay that way, I need to look at gay people struggling too. And God, there's plenty of that to look at. I know from experience, those bums are never having a good time. If you enjoy this video, there will be this big card at the end that takes you to its straight parents. You know, the videos where I looked at straight people going through it. And did you know only 1/5 of y'all are subscribed with notifications on? Kinda hurts my butthole a little bit. If you subscribe and hit that bell, you'll never miss an upload. It takes 2 seconds, and you can always undo it if you decide you hate me. Now, I asked you guys to send me some of these on Twitter, and as usual, when I ask for examples of sad gay losers, you always point to me first. And I'll admit, this topic may be the most valid example of me being a part of the group of people I'm making a video on. I swear, I'm one happy gay couple TikTok away from sad posting on Maine. And this is just the most recent example of my angst on my alt Twitter. Half my brand is liking men and being sad that no men like me. Sick of seeing boys happily in love. A lot of my audience apparently finds it very relatable, and I'm trying to keep our parasocial relationship strong so that they buy more of the stuff I try to sell them. So in the name of seeming impartial and to plug my Twitter accounts, @Quite and @QuiteBruh, I'll be sprinkling my own personal struggle posts throughout this video. Today marks a year since I kissed a very attractive twink in Brighton and then found out she was a lesbian who thought I was a lesbian. Why am I not surprised that this happened in Brighton? It's where every Minecraft YouTuber lives for a reason. This is gay culture. I love that Jake over here was so affected by this predicament that he remembers it down to the anniversary of the day it happened. Do you think the other unfortunate queer who made this mistake thinks about it as much as him? Either way, personally, this is something that Batman could not beat out of me. It might get told as an embarrassing story in the group chat, but even then I'm not sure. I don't really trust most of my friends to only laugh at this privately. It would make it to Twitter by the end of the week. My horny ass could not own a Teletubby. I mean, I think the real reason you couldn't own a Teletubby is because they aren't real, unlike my completely real and non-fictional boyfriend, Springtrap. Plus, why would you own anything that you're fucking? Seems a little unethical. I mean, unless you're talking about a fleshlight, in which case I guess you would own the thing you're fucking because it's not alive, it's a toy. I need a girl to kiss. Do you think that just because you're lesbian, it makes that sentence any less pathetic? You know, the cat profile picture is right on this one, but not how you're probably thinking. You could easily read this as a dunk, but I choose to read it as an inclusive statement. The dude saying that probably doesn't have a girl he can kiss either, so he knows how pathetic he feels. He's simply dragging OP down to his level, saying that they're all equally lonely, that she's one of them, and therefore they're in this together. We have more in common than we don't, and we celebrate our differences. A large amount of y'all just replied with your entire Twitter account, or entire lifetime as an example, and taking a scroll through some of them, yeah, you're not wrong, but I can't exactly include an entire Twitter profile's worth of content in this video. I just felt it was still worth mentioning that for some people, being gay and alive is the struggle. We're really good at getting L after L, but we do not get any bitches. Accidentally use :3 when with the cishet friend group. Fuck, help, abort, abort. Yeah, no, that's the end of the line for you. If you hadn't come out to them already, then they know for a fact what you are now. Here's a list of text tells you have to be careful if you're trying to dodge these questions with your straight homies. :3 is a big one. :D is very dangerous. :parentheses is writing a very dangerous line. Basically, anything that uses text to make faces instead of using emojis means you were probably on the internet from a very young age. Most likely DeviantArt, and therefore your chances of being LGBT have multiplied astronomically. :3, 2 exclamation marks, 2 question marks, :D. Oh, so you're one of them queers, aren't you? I'm telling you, doing this around a group of default settings fellas is like getting a drop of blood in a pool of sharks. They can smell your gayness in the air like sharks smell fear. They'll start circling around you for the kill. They know what you are. Liking men is not my whole personality. It is just one very large all-consuming aspect of it. Another banger from yours truly. The real struggle for me on this though was putting in these words to find tweets of me saying gay stuff and getting multiple pages of results. Legit, somebody else did this to me and the amount can't even fit on your screen. It's atrocious. I didn't realize I had so many to add up to being this bad. Maybe I have made being gay my entire personality. The only solution I can think of to this is double down and be even more annoying about it. Friendly reminder that yesterday when my mom took me to Walmart, she left me alone in the toilet paper section. This guy started hitting on me there and I said, "Sorry, I'm a lesbian." And he was like, "Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I thought you were a boy." Hey, at least Jake from earlier wasn't alone in his mistake. This is apparently an embarrassing moment that is universal around the LGBT experience. MILF stands for Man, I Love Five Nights at Freddy's. This isn't explicitly gay struggle related, but let's be honest, yeah it is. Liking Five Nights at Freddy's is an inevitable part of growing up and becoming more comfortable with being queer these days. I stopped paying a whole lot of attention to FNAF back in 2014 after the second game came out, but I rediscovered the franchise as an adult, and now watching videos on it and the fandom itself is a recurring part of my week. I don't know how this only happened after I became a grown-ass man. It probably has something to do with liking men and being more okay with that as I got older. There's a direct correlation with me being open about liking boys and how much I liked Five Nights at Freddy's over time. It's embarrassing when people call me the F-slur because they're literally right. What am I supposed to do? Argue with them? This is someone who has been beaten down so bad by the world, they can't even get angry about being insulted anymore. They're just embarrassed because they've internalized the idea that, fuck, they're right, I am gay. There's just not really a good comeback to it. It's like somebody saying still hit though. There's no response you can make that will hit as hard as the original insult. Okay, I'ma fight this internalized homophobia. Damn, this internalized homophobia got hands. This is literally that last post in a nutshell, and it's also me every time I try to explain why I'm attracted to the elites from Halo. I talk about it like it's something I should be embarrassed about, as if I need to justify it to anybody in the first place. I think they are cute and huggable, and I don't owe anybody a reason. This is me overcoming my trauma, not me being weird. I'm definitely not weird for this. Stop being so fucking hot and living so far away. The gay struggle, actually real. Another prerequisite of liking the same gender in this day and age is being chronically online. Because of this, there are no gay people going outside to meet people, and no gays for people to meet outside. I probably wouldn't know for sure though, because I never go outside to check. If we look at it proportionally though, I'm willing to bet an outsized percentage of Discord e-daters are queer couples. They're all long distance with plans to move when they graduate because they spend their lives in voice chats. Literally me. So here we have the chiseled upper body physique of a guy who hits the gym often and his lower half in a fursuit. Lol, this shit did numbers on someone else's account. These last 24 hours have been wild. Hate to break it to you, Barkin, but I'm taken and I'm a bottom. Honestly, good for this fella. Breaking multiple stereotypes that gay people get no play and that furries don't all look like Greek gods under the fursuit. I don't know how to break this to you guys, but every furry is at least that muscular, if not more, under the suit. Without fail, every single one of them looks like that. You'd never know because y'all don't bother to ask. Anti-homeless gay rock has to be peak neoliberalism. Okay, but if the homeless person also happens to be gay, does the gay rock then have to move for them specifically? If it's gonna wear the rainbow, it only seems fair to me. Pokemon Scarlet and Violet's new gym leader makes fans sexually confused. This is not news. Every new Pokemon generation has at least one NPC trainer, usually several, that acts as multiple people's gay awakenings. Last time I'm pretty sure the big one was Nessa, and now it's this fella on screen. God, I wish I looked like him. Summer reminds me of hanging out poolside with my friends, slapping each other in the face with our cocks, just girly things. This is so true. It's times like those that are fond memories that I'll never get to experience again. Cherish the moments when they happen, folks, because they become history before you know it. Now, this next one is something I can't relate to because I famously do not be fucking. Shave balls to hole an entire ass for grinder hookup. Nair the important bits so it's smooth when he eats your ass. Spend 2 hours to ensure it's fresh, clean, and smooth for the sexy hunk of man meat. He cancels. Like, for real, it sounds like so much effort to take it up the ass that I may just give up. I simply do not have the work ethic to pull something like this off consistently. I can barely stave off my alcoholism. This level of self-care is completely out of the question. This dog is the new face of online homophobia. Internet trolls have turned a dachshund into a viral homophobic meme, and her gay owners don't know what to do. I'm gonna be honest, I don't think it was trolls who made the memes. I'm pretty sure gay people did that. For some reason, a lot of us think assigning homophobia to really random shit is hilarious. But if you need a better example, just look at what they did to poor Millie Bobby Brown. They put her through so much shit, man. She did not deserve that. That being said, the owners of that dog are having a brand new, never before seen type of gay struggle because of their dog. They're housing a homophobe. My besties found my Wattpad comments and flamed me in the group chat. Being real, that's your own damn fault. If they found it, that means you left a paper trail. The easiest solution would be to not comment at all and leave no trace that you were ever there. Just let all your unholy fanfic related thoughts stay in your equally demented brain. And if you absolutely have to engage, you make a completely separate identity to comment on fanfiction with. If you want to fully immerse yourself in the performance, go to the deep web and have someone forge fake identification like a password for you. You're just really getting into the character of your fake identity. Cover all your bases. How am I going to be short, gay, and British? Like, pick a struggle, damn. I am 2 of the 3 listed things, and I thankfully managed to avoid the worst one, being British. This has to be the most self-aware Englander out there, though. Just knowing that being British is something to be ashamed of, it's the first step to getting better. Just wait 1 sec. Guys, I just found out that my toothpaste is gay. I love the meta commentary I can shove into this one. Y'all remember a while ago when a small group of folks were saying that gay people stole the rainbow and the rainbow used to belong to everybody, and now the rainbow has been ruined or something because it's forever associated with gay people? Well, I like the idea that this is now the case for any lines of color in any combination. Like, this blue toothpaste is a niche pride flag now. Baby Keem's album and single covers are explicitly a reference to gay rights. He's a true ally. Just another day laying in bed, manless, picture unrelated. Why is everybody so mean to me? I don't know how this kind of stuff keeps ending up on my timeline. Yesterday, I saw the Sinnoh Shitpost account share a screenshot of Lucario from the movie Mystery of Mew, and he was just way more kicked up in that than I remembered. How to have gay sex without being gay. And here we have the ultimate gay struggle. How to do gay stuff without being gay to do it. It's a tale as old as time. People have been coming up with excuses on how to make gay sex not gay forever. Whether that's wearing socks during the act, that as long as the balls don't touch, it's perfectly heterosexual. Some people say that as long as you don't put it in the butt, you're Jay chillin'. It's just a constant back and forth of people saying, nah, I did this, so it's not gay, until at some point you're too deep in and you arrive at the ultimate conclusion that, you know what, it's gay. I just like doing gay things. It's the finale of the 5 stages of grief. And with that, I'm gonna wrap this video up here. That card I mentioned should be on screen. If you enjoyed, be sure to drop a like and subscribe and hit the bell icon. Remember, don't go after anyone I talked about today because that's cringe, and this is all meant in good fun. Anyways, this has been quite, and I like men if you couldn't tell already.
I'm a worry-free refresh. Coke Zero.
Wait, don't skip. I've got something crazy to show you. If you like simulator games, you're gonna love this. After a year of development, I just launched my very first game, Water Park Simulator. It just launched today, and in this game, you can create, design, and manage your own water park. You get to build enormous slides that you can even ride yourself, hire staff to help you, and also troll your guests. Yeah, we added a boxing glove. The game has deep management systems, super goofy ragdoll physics, and of course, you get to build the water park of your dreams and have full control. The game is launching in early access which means you'll be first to try it. You can give us feedback and help shape its development, and while it's in early access, the price is discounted, so you're getting it cheaper than its full release. Seriously guys, this game is so much fun. I can't wait to see what water parks you guys build. Water Park Simulator is out now on Steam. Go, quick, go check it out while it's still on launch discount.
Basta may bingo,
Go na go sa sarap!
kaya try mo na rin!
Flojo conche tu madre, hasta cuando vaya a hacer algo productivo por tu vida, maldito culiao. Tuve que haberte abortado, asqueroso de mierda. Búscate una pega luego, ya tení 30 años y todavía no sé.
Cállate vieja culia, muérete luego.
Estaba recontento porque había llegado el 18 tiki tiki ti. Cuando iba saliendo de mi casa ya me estaban esperando estos pacos culiaos hijos de la Maldonao, y como andaba re feliz me puse a bailar cueca a lo choro tiki tiki ti taca taca ta teque teque 9 ratatatata, y me fui corriendo a comer asao y a chupar culo como condenado, y me topo a mi vecina culiao, le puse un turazo por accionar, y cuando menos me lo esperaba llega un milico culiao entero jalao, me apunta con su M4 y yo le dije a él calmao, me dijo que estaba triste porque su polola era fancy, y le dije tenía que ser helao como el poto del kanji, y se la echó conmigo el ahueonao y como chupurraja le tiré una piedra por el lado, y no perdí más el tiempo y seguí corriendo para llegar al asao, cuando me topo al otaku culiao y andaba entero hediondo y asopao, limpié como curado y le dije bañate asqueroso culiao, me dijo una wea de comasai o algo así, y yo le dije aprende a hablar bien maricón caeza perejil, y le salté su escopetazo porque soy pero loco y llegaron los de la gote hijos de la come moco, me querían matar por ser un peligro para esta pobla, y yo les dije jamás en su perra vida han chupao zorra, se me tiraron como maracas y a puras patas les volé la raja, me llama mi compadre de la Báltica diciendo por qué aún no he llegado, y dije calmao hijo el pene que estoy metido en un atao, y me subí al camión entero apurado y aceleré de pana a lo viral curao, cuando ya iba llegando a la casa del compadre me topo a esta maraca conchetumare, era mi profe de religión y resulta que me había tunao, y yo dije conchetumare ahora sí que estoy cagao, llegaron los reales y me dejaron rodeado y ya conchetumare ahora sí que estoy enojado, me bajé entero psicoseado, saqué mi cole browning y los fusilé a lo maldito bastardo de conao, me dejaron entero cabreado estos bastardos culiaos hijos del choro arrugao, pero me fui piolita caminando como si nada hubiera pasado, cuando ya iba llegando donde mi compadre estaban los pacos llevándose al conchetumare, habían como 40 patrullas y lo querían meter al calabozo por solo celebrar el 18, esta wea no la iba a dejar pasar y disparé a lo maldito a estos pacos culiaos hijos de la maldita bastarda culia, me piqué a todos estos conchesumares hijos de la masturbaburro porque nunca en su bastarda vida le han sacado por otros al cortachurro, mi compadre estaba agradecido conmigo pero triste porque los pacos le destrozaron en todo lo que había contribuido, y yo le dije tranquilo mi hermano porque esto igual se celebra y por el pico el toque de queda, ordenamos el lugar para que quedara bien bonito y limpiamos los destrozos que causaron los pacos hijos del pico, el compadre invitó a su familia y cuando llegaron alegraron su día, se rajó con las bálticas y era pura felicidad y alegría, compartimos de pana con los compañeros y asamos una rica carne de cordero, y cuando ya todo quedó solucionado yo quedé medio cansado y agobiado, me importó una tula mi actual estado y seguí tomando como condenado, desperté en el suelo con la mea caña y andaba hediondo a copete y con la mea migraña, me fui a la cocina a buscar un vaso de agua para que el dolor de cabeza se me pasara, me lo tomé al seco y me sentí fresco, y como ya no había nada más que tomar, me fui a sentar porque la pasé bacán y me comí un pan.
What are you doing with that buck on your hood?
What? It ain't my fault he ran right in front of my truck.
Where? On the interstate?
Locked to traditional ways of paying? Unlock a fast and secure way with Union Bank Online. Yes, you can! Locked to over-the-counter check deposits? Unlock hassle-free mobile check deposits. Yes, you can! Locked to straight credit card purchases? Unlock easy conversion to installments. Yes, you can! With Union Bank Online, live a life unlocked.
Lolik Tormos! Tormos tam taka pedalka!
So I found a history book I got nearly 13 years ago when I was in 3rd grade. I remember this being the history book that gave me my interest in history in the first place. However, looking back inside the books, while the history bits were fine, this book had some of the worst maps I've ever seen in a published history book. I'm not joking. I have no idea how some of these got past the editor or publisher. These are so bad that I'm going to show you the 5 worst maps in this book. Believe me, there were several to choose from. Number 5. The borders are clearly off. It shows the HRE controlling Paris. At first, this doesn't seem too horrible, but then you notice something. Why is Milan shown where Genoa is supposed to be at? Seriously? Also, why is this the only city on the map? Number 4. Alright, I'm not even gonna say it. I'm not going to say it. You should already know why this map is laughably inaccurate. If you don't know, I'm sure someone in the comments are going to point it out. Number 3. Oh my gosh. It looks like Picasso tried to make this map. They even had Silesia go across Poland. Oh my gosh. Oh, that's too much. Number 2. Okay. They have the textures on the map to show the mountains. There is no excuse why they had Mongolia somehow slide miles southwest to Tibet. The borders are already sloppy, and they just had to make such a huge mistake. Like, this is so baffling. If I was making a history book, and someone gave me this map, I would have them fired on the spot. And now, for some dishonorable mentions. And the number 1 worst map I've ever seen is... Why? How? Who could have approved this? Kentucky isn't even colored in like the other states. It's not because it's a border state, because they colored in Missouri, Maryland, and well, I guess there's no Delaware. It's made a part of New Jersey. Also, apparently there's a separate state for New Orleans, and these borders are atrocious. What makes this so bad is that so many of these borders are supposed to be simple, straight lines, yet they're given these weird zigzags. I mean, this is by far the worst map in the book, and one of the worst maps I have ever seen in my entire life. So there you have it. I just saw these maps, and these were so bad, I had to share them with you guys. So, by all means, share this video, share these horrible maps with other people, so that they may know what true, horrible cartography looks like. Thank you for watching, and be sure to like and subscribe.
Lawns. You know them. You've seen them. They're everywhere. In front of houses. And other places. I feel like I can't talk with this mustache. Specifically... Bro. Nobody knows how fucking dumb lawns are. Lawn culture needs to die. I can't fucking stand it. I'm so sick of it. I am so sick of everybody acting like having a lawn is normal and like it's cool and like it's good and wow, look at us. It's ooh, look at my lawn. Ooh, look at the lawn. So good. It's the best lawn. Ugh. Okay, let's talk about the history of lawns, okay? Yuval Noah Harari wrote in his book Homo Deus, quote, "The idea of nurturing a lawn at the entrance to private residences was born in the castles of French and English aristocrats in the late Middle Ages." Think about back in the day, right? If you owned land, you were probably using it to farm like vegetables or house livestock. The idea of just having land and doing nothing with it, what a flex. You just have resources and you're willingly wasting them. Oh my god, the social standing on this one. Yeah, I don't want to talk about this. Don't look. It's basically just like underscoring their wealth. Oh yes, these are my beautiful flower beds. This is my garden. And that patch of grass right there, that's where the boys and I play cornhole. Yeah. Me and the boys, we lay on our stomachs in this patch of grass, and we kick our feet like schoolgirls and talk about our dreams. You think I need this patch of land to farm? Please, I play cornhole. Now we come to this guy, Frederick Law Olmsted. So he received a commission to design one of the first suburban neighborhoods in America right after the Civil War. This was in Riverside, right outside of Chicago in 1868. He had this vision. He was like, what if we just made it look like these people lived in a park? You know what I mean? Like every house would get maybe a tree or two, and then everybody would maintain this beautifully manicured and groomed lawn. He wanted this neighborhood to be like the direct antithesis to the high wall neighborhoods of England. He thought that these lawns could symbolize like openness and transparency and community. Yes, we need community. You and me, we're not so different. We have lawn and we take care of lawn. Yes, this lawn unites us. Frank J. Scott in 1870, he took this idea and he ran with it, and he published this book called Suburban Home Embellishment, The Art of Beautifying Suburban Home Grounds. This was like the Bible of lawn propaganda. This guy pissed me off. So he wrote dumb shit like, let your lawn be your home's velvet robe, and your flowers it's not too promiscuous decoration. What the fuck? But by that logic, I want to whore my lawn out. I want to have so many fucking flowers. I want all the birds and the bees. Maybe that's why. Maybe this guy was just a virgin afraid of sex, so he didn't want any birds and bees coming to the lawn. Like, seriously, what the fuck? Whore out the lawns. What the hell? I want it to be like a red light district for the birds and the bees and the pollinators. He especially dwelled on like what taking care of your lawn meant for the neighborhood and for your relationship with your neighbors. He wrote, "The beauty obtained by throwing front grounds open together is that of excellent quality which enriches all those who take part in this exchange and makes no man poorer." In 1989, in the article Why Mow? The Case Against Lawns, my intellectual celebrity crush Michael Pollan wrote, "France has its formal geometric gardens, England its picturesque parks, and America this unbounded democratic river of manicured lawns along which we array our houses." He cooked. There's something like democratic about it. They took this symbol of like wealth and privilege that you would and luxury that you would find at these English manors, and they basically democratized it. This mustache is overstimulating me so bad. We found respect for men with mustaches. I'm just kidding. I always respected you. Call me. Please. I mean, that must just be such a feeling, though, to be like a middle-aged white man, you know, mowing your lawn, and then you see your next-door neighbor also mowing his lawn. There's this moment of solidarity between the two of you. Look at us. Just a couple of middle-aged white men exerting control over this piece of land, mowing and edging and fertilizing, and both taking part in the Sisyphean ritual. You know, I wasn't so sure about you, but when I saw you spend hours of your personal time and hundreds of dollars of your expendable income on maintaining an eerily homogeneous monoculture of Kentucky bluegrass in front of your house, inflicting biochemical warfare upon organisms just for the sake of keeping up a reputation, I knew. You and me, we're gonna get along just fine. Just two guys being dudes, running an authoritarian regime in the front of their house. Because out there, we have no control. Out there, it is total entropy. Our son plays Fortnite for 14 hours a day, and our wives haven't talked to us since 2022. But when it comes to the lawn, we are God. I get it. Okay, now I kind of want to mow the lawn. Michael Pollan also wrote this fucking banger. "Time as we know it does not exist in the lawn, since grass never dies or is allowed to flower and set seed. Lawns are nature purged of sex and death. No wonder Americans like them so much." Michael Pollan. Stop flirting. Also, you know what it is? It is the direct opposite of John Green's metaphor from The Fault in Our Stars. Do you remember how he was like, you take the cigarette, you put it in between your lips, and you don't give it the power to do the killing? Okay, we're doing that, but we have this beautiful piece of land that could hold so much life, that could grow so much food, and we take it and we don't give it the power to do what it is meant to do, which is to, you know, harbor all of these life forms and to be a home to insects and all these different grasses and wildflowers and weeds or whatever. We just indulge in this overconsumption of resources to keep it shiny and green and simple and short. It's so ugly. It is so monotonous. It is so pointless and stupid. A 2020 CNN report by Matthew Ponsford states that 2% of US land, or 49,000 square miles, which is roughly the size of ancient Greece, consists of residential lawn. They require more irrigation than any agricultural crop grown in the country. And for what? For what? To play cornhole? Shut up. Well, actually, I love having barbecues on my lawn. You're a fucking loser. I'm sorry, I also love barbecues, but they piss me. Don't piss me off. Don't piss me off right now. Don't piss me off. Do I look like I want to be pissed off? Don't, okay? You're on thin ice with mommy right now, okay? I feel like it's a way for us to just convince others that we're doing well, that like we have it together. You could be going through the nastiest divorce, but if your lawn looks good, you're chill. I've heard my parents talk some mad shit about our neighbors because they don't keep up with their lawn. Lawn talk is a real thing. If you didn't grow up in the suburbs, it's crazy. When my dad learned how to cut the lawn into like a diamond pattern, it was like a really big moment for him. We should let middle-aged white men have a hobby outside of lawn care. When the Great Gatsby is planning for Daisy to come to one of his parties, he has his Nick's lawn mowed because he's like, bro, you're making me look bad. Your lawn looks like you date girls past the age of 25. I can't be having that around Daisy. Okay, so you may be like, well, what's all the hubbubaloo about? Like, if people want to fucking mow their lawn and waste their time, then let them waste their time. No, I won't let them waste their time. Americans use around 800 million gallons of gasoline each year in equipment like weed whackers, lawn mowers, leaf blowers, just to keep their lawns green and well manicured. Is that really a good use of 800 million gallons of gasoline? Also, gas-powered lawn mowers, they make up to 5% of total air pollution in the United States. I'm sorry? I'm sorry. And then once you get that nicely shaped, ooh, you have to fertilize it. Approximately 3 million tons of nitrogen-based fertilizers are used a year. 4 or 5 tons of carbon are added to the atmosphere for every ton of nitrogen created to make this fertilizer. I'm sorry. The lawn cannot even hold this amount of nitrogen. It turns the excess into nitrous oxide, which is a greenhouse gas capable of 300 times the heat-trapping ability of CO2. You cannot be serious. Like, we cannot be serious. A study by 40 to 60% of nitrogen ends up in surface and groundwater, and extreme weather and excessive rainfall caused by climate change in the coming years could also exacerbate this runoff, and then pollute rivers and other waterways and turn them into dead zones because of toxic algae. Sounds like a bargain. When the first colonists got over here, they did not find any pasture grasses like the ones they had overseas, right? All the grasses that they did find were annuals, so once the animals had worked their way through them, they were like, wait a minute. They're not growing back. So then their animals started to starve, and then they were like, hey, can we get some pasture grasses to be brought over? So American settlers in the 17th century, they requested grass and clover seeds. They also ended up getting more than they bargained for, and they got dandelions. Yeah, that's right. Dandelions. Dandelions are colonizers too, okay? By 1672, 22 species of European weeds had taken up residence around Massachusetts Bay. Yachi machi. Basically, the grass in your front lawn is not native to America. It's from Eurasia. Yeah. That's how you trigger Republicans. You tell them that Kentucky bluegrass is from Eurasia. This grass is used to cooler climates, so of course when you plant this shit in California, you're gonna have to use a fuck-ass ton of water. And it's of no use to the bugs and the other organisms here. It's not native. What the fuck are they to do with this? Like, how is that fair? How is that fair? You come here, you take this land where the bugs fucking live, and you put this one food that they can't fucking eat. It's not even a food for them. Oh my god, and you nourish this beautiful green, this luscious lawn. Oh my god, don't piss me off. Don't piss me off. Don't piss me off. I'm pissed. I'm pissed. Great, you did it. I'm pissed off. What the fuck? It is an environmental liability to maintain this monoculture of Kentucky bluegrass. And it's fucking ugly. It is ugly. When are we gonna realize that everything plays a role? Like, what the fuck? You think bugs are here for no fucking reason? No. Bugs have a purpose. So do all the other weeds and shit. So it just makes no sense. We are just like swimming upstream, and not in a cool way, not like we're salmon. It is just an unbelievably selfish and pointless pursuit for the American dream. Guys, the American dream is dead. We need to accept that the American dream is dead, and we need to accept that therefore the idea of a lawn and maintaining a front lawn, that should also be dead. I don't want to see anybody out there with their lawnmower. I'm gonna take it personally. I'm so sick of it. The American dream can become like living in harmony with nature. It doesn't have to be this ritual of punishing the earth for not looking like how you want it to look. Like, this makes no fucking sense. Okay, so what can you do? What can you do? What can you do? Sorry. I just wanted to pose. I want to feel special. You can replace lawns with native plants that can have a profound environmental impact. In a good way, in a cool way. Native plants are also just adapted to the local climate, so you won't have to spend as much water. You won't have to use as much water to keep them alive. They also provide a habitat for wildlife, and they support the local ecosystem. Like, what is not to love? Also, it looks beautiful. Look at these lawns. Look at these lawns. They're not even lawns. Look at these beautiful... Oh my god. You're kidding me. Why would you want this over this? Are you dumb? Are you stupid? I want to grab both my shoulders and shake, baby. Snap out of it. Snap out of it. Yo, rest in peace, Elvis Presley. You would have loved Arctic Monkeys. Seriously, if half of American lawns were replaced with native plants, we could create a 20 million acre national park, which is 9 times larger than Yellowstone. Imagine that. Imagine the harmony. Imagine the utopia. It would support pollinators, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and enhance local ecosystem resilience. Like, there is nothing not to love about this, except for the fucking HOA. Fuck, I guess I gotta address the fucking pseudo-government in the room named the fucking Homeowners Association. Yeah, okay, the peer pressure that the HOA puts on people is insane. Like, I understand it to an extent because, like, whatever. It's a cult. It's stupid. It's dumb. What the fuck? The homeowners can have an association, but the bugs can't unionize? Okay. Like, okay, if everybody in the HOA was jumping off a bridge, would you do it too? Probably, because then your house would go up in value. It's just a pseudo-government interested in keeping lawns oppressed, and I'm so sick of it. Also, you could just, like, do little things. Like, let the fucking lawn clippings just decompose in the yard. Like, why? Also, the fact that we bag up leaves and then throw them away. That's insane. That's insane. That's insane. If I get assassinated by Roundup tomorrow, I hope you round up. Please, can you make sure that my body is buried raw, no casket, somewhere in the forest preserve where I always walk? I want to make sure that the bugs eat me. I'm not too scared of death. Recently I have been, but for the most part, I'm more so concerned with what happens to my body, because if my body doesn't go back into the earth, I feel like my whole life was not worth it. Do you know what I mean? I need to go back into the earth. I need it. If you live in a drought-prone area, switch to xeriscaping. I think I pronounced that right. Replace, like, grass with plants that do well in the weather, like succulents. Use rocks and gravel too. Plant ground covers like moss and ferns and wildflowers. Start a garden. Like, just leave the lawn to its own devices. Do you know what I mean? Just let it be. It's wild. It should have the right to remain wild. Lawn culture is just so embedded into the American psyche. When you start learning about it, it's fucking crazy. Is this not insane? Is this not insane to you? Am I crazy? Am I going crazy? Don't answer that. Only call me crazy if you're putting hot after it. What do I have to do? What do I have to do? Can you just stop? Can you just maybe accept that you look like an idiot? That you look crazy? It's not clocking to you that I'm standing on business, is it? Like, what do, like... Can I take off my mustache? Oh my god. I hope that you think differently about lawns, and I hope that you maybe had a change of heart. I'll see you guys next week with a vlog. I think nature needs to heal and I need to vlog again. I kind of miss it. I haven't done like a proper vlog, and oh my god, it's been a while.
Let's talk about Indonesia, the country that looks like paradise from Google Images but feels like a fever dream once you're actually here. It's beautiful, don't get me wrong. We got beaches, mountains, cheap food, and people who smile even when they're dying inside. But under all that sunshine and
mie goreng,
bro, it's chaos. Like daily chaos. And not the fun kind. The what the fuck did I just watch on the news kind. So first of all, Indonesians love mystical stuff. I'm not even talking about I believe in ghosts kind of mystical. Here, if you're sick, could be the flu. Could also be because you peed on a haunted tree. You could be bleeding out in front of your family, and their first instinct is, call the dukun. Indonesia's got dukun for everything. Bestseller dukun to make your warung crowded. Love dukun to make your ex come back crying. Compassion dukun, basically Tinder but supernatural. And then dukun santet. It's an invisible long-range attack. They even use it against Israel, and I am not lying. And these people make bank. They've got waiting rooms, you need appointments. They do healing with smoke, spells, water bottles, and dramatic yawns. We got this beautiful little culture called
Gengsi,
aka flexing even when you're broke. Got no money? Doesn't matter. Can't afford gas? No problem. Still buy a motorbike with glowing neon lights and anime stickers. The iPhone in Indonesia isn't a phone, it's a social status weapon. Doesn't matter if they're still living with their parents, can't afford lunch, or have minus 15,000 left in their bank account. As long as that Apple logo is showing, they feel untouchable. You'll see someone eating instant noodle every day, but holding an iPhone 1150 Pro Max on a 36-month installment plan, like it's a badge of honor. People would rather be in debt than be seen using a Xiaomi. It's not about what you can afford, it's about what people think you can afford. People out here going into debt for weddings. Legit taking loans just to have a party with 500 strangers who came for the free food. Our politicians are like NPCs who forgot their script halfway through. Someone asked why it floods every year, and this one guy said, because the rain fell from the sky. Brother, what else do you want? Rain from the ground? And remember when they said we're gonna move the capital city to the forest? Like, actually? They were like, let's just build a whole new capital and call it futuristic. I mean, it looks great now. Meanwhile, Jakarta drowning every week like it's becoming the next Atlantis. And corruption? Oh, please. It's not even shocking anymore. It's like, oh, he stole 500 billion? Cool, what's for lunch? No one even flinches. If you're not stealing taxpayer money, are you even a real official? Low IQ in Indonesia these days isn't about people being dumb. It's about people being proudly loud, confidently wrong, and allergic to critical thinking. We've entered an era where facts are optional and vibes are everything. One boomer auntie sends one low-res JPEG full of broken grammar and red text, warning you about bananas causing cancer like, bruh what, and still believe it. No one checks the source, no one asks questions. If it ends with share before the government deletes it, then it's automatically true. You correct someone and they'll go, well, you're smart ass. Like, sorry for having two brain cells to rub together, my bad. They just want to be right. IQ, gone. Critical thought? Dead. But hey, at least it's entertaining. Yeah, like it's chaotic. It's illogical. It's loud, corrupt. Sometimes straight up embarrassing, but it's also kind of charming. This place will drive you insane, but at the same time, you'll laugh your ass off every single day. You'll meet the nicest people in the dumbest systems.
Wow! What the fuck? Sus. Sus. Sus.
Hey guys! Weird Al Yankovic here. And I'll guys to join me for a strong cup of coffee. It's your last chance to show me your tickets and to join me for a con and VIP tickets to see my multiple tickets in New Orleans. It's on me. Go to ovo.com to enter me. You're dead.
Behold, behold, the mysterious, serious, floating orb. Ooh. Ah.
try Vicks Vapor Rub Extra Strong with 2 times menthol para sa iyong tough cough and cold symptoms.
We just struck economic gold, while your country's progress is on hold. We can stack many sheets of metal, while you're still trying to find land to settle. With plenty of coal to make doorknobs, we even let children have some jobs. All it takes is to see the smoke, to know my family won't ever go broke. Prosperity is now our game. It puts your entire future to shame. With indoor plumbing and rideable cages, we even have unions for better wages. It's so good, we might have another, a second advancement like a little brother. Furthering the stages of evolution, you just can't stand the competitive pollution. It's hard to tell with your own life, when all you've been through is cultural strife. We don't need wars, we don't need friends. We need to make sure the money never ends. Who's the pauper and who's the prince? When everyone has cash with their fingerprints. Our era is now of luxury, while you still have trouble with poverty. Even our crops have a better yield, with better equipment to plow any field. No more indentured servitude, we'll pay a good sum for your aptitude. We've become a global superpower, increasing our stature by the hour. What you do is stand there and wait for a revolution to avoid a dark fate. You can see us from far away, as our lights become your darkest day. No time to talk, no time to speak. It's time to work 7 days a week. We just struck economic gold, while your country's progress is on hold. We can stack many sheets of metal, while you're still trying to find land to settle. With plenty of coal to make doorknobs, we even let children have some jobs. All it takes is to see the smoke, to know my family won't ever go broke.
You can't stop me!
Episódio de hoje. Brutal. Acabou pro beta.
Okay, here goes. My mom said that the only way to stand up to a bully is to look him right in the eye and tell him how you feel. Which is why I'm videotaping this and putting it in your mailbox. Now, Tommy, in case you don't remember me, my name is Danny Gonzalez, aka that shrimpy kid who you make fun of all the time and take my lunch money every day. Gonzalez. But I'm turning 12 next week, so all that's gonna change. Change.
Son, your smiley face mac and cheese is getting cold.
Yeah, Dad, I'll come down in like 8 minutes.
But son, if you don't come quick, your dinosaur chicken nuggets might eat them all.
Yeah, Dad, I gotcha.
Oh no, what's this? A meteor-shaped apple is going to crash and kill all the dinosaurs.
Dad, please go away.
The ecosystem-shaped sandwich is falling apart.
Dad?
Right.
I brought over my friend Crency to help me with the video.
Double cool!
And behind the camera is my brother Matt. Now, Matt's never held a camera before, and I'm not quite sure he even understands what a camera is because he's only 4. Matt, stop shaking the camera! Sorry. So anyway, Tommy, I would really appreciate it if you could stop bullying me at school. Because it's like my dad always says.
Son, if you don't stop coming home crying, we're going to have to move again.
No, Tommy, it's not just me. I mean, you don't even treat your own girlfriend well.
Yeah, just look at this video I took of you guys while you were at the 6th grade dance. We put it on YouTube. Play.
Hey, Susie. Do you want to grind?
Oh, but we're not supposed to.
So?
But I don't want to get in trouble.
Don't worry, we won't.
But I'm your sister.
Come on, baby. I insist. Hey, kid, what are you doing with that video camera? Kid, I'm gonna beat the...
And that's how we got these black eyes. But Tommy, my dad says that you're supposed to be respectful and chivalrous to all women. Now, I've never talked to a girl before, but if I had a girlfriend, I would make sure she knew how much she meant to me. Like we would go to Chuck E. Cheese every Friday night and eat pizza and drink Diet Sierra Mist, while the animatronics all sing, "When I see your face." A thing that I would change, 'cause you're amazing, ing, 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 ing. And me and my hypothetical girlfriend would dance appropriately, not grinding, whatever that is.
Yeah, show him, Danny, I'll drop a beat.
Well, I'd walk over here, grab my girlfriend, spin her around a couple times, do some of these, and then I would dip her and speak to her in the language of love.
Hola, señorita. ¿Cómo estás?
Burritos?
Whoa, sorry, Crency. Anyway, just as the song ended, me and my hypothetical girlfriend would share a single hypothetical kiss. And that's how you treat a woman.
Whoa, Danny, that was awesome. It was like that episode of Power Rangers where the Red Ranger and the Pink Ranger were making out in the Megazord.
Crency, that episode doesn't exist.
What? Really? Oh. Sometimes I confuse Power Rangers with my dreams.
Yeah. Anyway, Tommy, I know I may seem like a small, scrawny kid to you because of all the times I've let you win our little fights, but I'm actually a master of like 3 different kinds of martial arts.
Yeah, he's like a freaking Power Ranger.
And to show you what you're in for if you don't apologize, I've thrown together some video clips from my favorite action movies. Play.
If you strike me down now, I will become more powerful than you can possibly imagine.
Say hello to my little friend!
I now pronounce you man and wife.
Uh-oh. I don't think that last one was supposed to be in there. I recorded that over a videotape I found in my parents' room.
That's got nothing on the tapes I found in my parents' room. Scarred for life over here.
Yeah. Anyway, Tommy, those first few video clips are just a taste for what's to come if you don't apologize. I am a real tough guy that you do not want to mess with.
Son, your special girl is on the phone.
Dad, I'll call Grandma back. Anyway, Crency, I believe you had a few things to say to Tommy?
Yeah. Hi, Tommy.
Now, tell him what he did to you, Crency.
Well, Tommy, every day you come up to me and say,
Hey, give me your lunch money.
and then I say, no, you can't have it. But then you say,
Give it to me now, punk.
and I say, you don't scare me. But then you say,
I will eat your soul, Soyun Power Ranger.
and at this point there are just flames coming out of his head.
Crency, that never happened.
Oh. Yeah, that was another dream.
Yeah. Anyway, Tommy, it seems like you have a lot of kids to pick on at school, so you don't even need to pick on me. In fact, if you stop picking on me, I'll let you beat up my brother Matt every day. Plus, every time you hit him, he makes a noise, like a squeaky toy, see? And Tommy, you can beat him up as many times as you want.
Son, there's a boy here at the door. He says his name is Tommy. I let him eat all your smiley face mac and cheese.
Oh my God.
Danny, run!
Oh no, oh no, oh no!
Danny, it's like that episode of Power Rangers where Tommy killed you.
I'm gonna die.
Hey, your dad said I could just come up here.
Oh, hey Tommy, what's up?
Oh, not much. Hey, what are you guys doing?
Oh, we're just making a video. It's not really a big deal.
Oh, well, anyway, my mom said I should come over and apologize for taking your Power Rangers DVD set. I think it must have accidentally slipped out of your locker and into my hands.
Oh, thanks. Do you like Power Rangers?
Yeah. My favorite episode is the one where the Red Ranger and the Pink Ranger are making out in the Megazord.
It's real! I knew it!
Hey, I didn't know you guys like Power Rangers. Huh. Maybe I was wrong about you guys. I have been a little hard on you.
I haven't eaten lunch in 3 years!
You know what? I'll make a deal with you guys. Let's say you watch the 3rd season of Power Rangers with me. I'll stop beating you up.
Really? Yeah, awesome deal.
Sweet. Well, anyway, gentlemen, I've got to get going. I've got a hot date tonight.
Yeah, your sister is pretty fine.
Well, wish me luck, gentlemen.
Okay, bye, Tommy. Oh, well, that went well.
Whoa, Danny, that was awesome. You're my hero. I bet you could take on all the bullies.
You know what? I bet I could. I'd be like, hey, bullies, what's up? Bam, what's that? I broke your face? Bam, oh, who's the bully now? Bam, 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 bam.
Whoa, Danny.
What?
Stop hitting Matt.
Sorry, Matt. You know, I guess I learned something today. Everybody has their bullies, whether it's Tommy, your big brother, or North Korea. But it's not about who's the biggest bully, and violence is never the answer. Right, Crunchy?
Right. Unless you're a freaking Power Ranger.
Tired of gender? Try skeletonism today. No hair, no organs, no skin, no dysphoria, no gender, nothing. You're literally just a skeleton. Don't even have to wear clothes. Quit your job. Fight in the skeleton war.
Disclaimer, this was definitely not made by the skeleton inside you trying to escape its flesh prison.
Hey,
Try this simple hack to fall
Seriously,
asleep in just 60
it's a pretty
seconds.
easy question.
One,
You
get
should
in
be
bed
able to
and relax
answer it.
all your body parts. So relax your cheeks, your eyes, your jaw, your tongue, your shoulders, your arms, your legs. Basically work your way.
Hey, Vsauce, Michael here. Where are your fingers? Seriously, it's a pretty easy question. You should be able to answer it. But how do you know? How does anyone know anything? You might say, well, I know where my fingers are. I'm looking right at them. Or I can touch them. I can feel them. They're right here. And that's good. Your senses are a great way to learn things. In fact, we have way more than the usual 5 senses we talk about. For instance, your kinesthetic sense, proprioception. This is what the police evaluate during a field sobriety test. It allows you to tell where your fingers and arms and
See? No mouth. Waddle Dees can't eat because there ain't no place to shovel in food.
But sire, every living creature needs nourishment. Let's see if he eats this cookie.
No way!
It absorbed the cookie.
Hey, how'd it do that? It's munching all right.
Wonder how it flosses.
That's weird.
A little bit of that booger sugar.
Bert, no, you can't.
I feel real good with my mouth.
Calm down, Bert.
I will not calm down until cocaine enters my system.
Jada, the ultimate game.
You don't want to do this right now. This is not.
Do you have some?
No.
You have some, don't you?
It is the devil.
You do. You've
Listen
had
to me.
you've had some this whole time.
I have not touched cocaine in 3 years.
You liar! I will drag you right into my private hell. You don't want to know my pain. I have a demon inside of me!
Childhood is dying and no one seems to notice. What was once a sacred time to imagine, to run until breathless, to laugh out loud, and to build friendships forged in mud and shared secrets is now transformed into a cold silence, a void illuminated by the blue glow and flickering of screens. This is not hyperbole or a nostalgic complaint about times gone by. It is a stark observation of a reality that unfolds before our eyes every day. How many times have you seen the scene? A restaurant, a waiting room, a car? A child completely absorbed in an iPad, his tiny fingers gliding with an almost robotic dexterity, as if the real world, with its textures, smells, and sounds, has ceased to exist. The worst thing, however, is not this unnatural silence. It is the growing indifference of those who should be the guardians of this magical stage: parents, caregivers, society as a whole. And if these words hurt, if they cause a twinge of discomfort, it's because deep down you know they're true. Imagine for a moment the mind of a child. It's not a blank slate, but a sprawling universe, a cosmos of infinite possibilities shaped by innate curiosity and an insatiable thirst for exploration. Every leaf examined, every sandcastle built, every question asked is a new galaxy being born in their brain. Now imagine that same vibrant universe being sucked in, trapped in an endless gravitational loop of 30-second videos, blaring sounds, and visual stimuli that bombard them mercilessly every second. That natural spark, that innate ability to daydream, to connect with their surroundings and with themselves, is slowly being extinguished. And the most terrifying thing about this process is its stealth and its constancy. There's no let up. Day after day, hour after hour, their brains, in the most plastic and crucial phase of their development, are being rewired. The consequences are not a future threat. They are already emerging, silent but devastating. But let's go deeper, beneath the surface. Have you ever wondered what happens neurologically in a child's brain when their primary source of interaction is a constant stream of artificial dopamine? Every time they swipe a finger across a screen, every time they beat a level in a game or receive a notification, their brain receives a tiny reward, a microdose of chemical pleasure. The fundamental problem is that this satisfaction is not real. It does not come from achievement, effort, or human connection. It is a chemical trick, and like any drug, its effect wears off over time, building tolerance. They need more, faster, brighter, more extreme. They are caught in an arms race against their own reward system, a race they cannot win. Unknowingly, they are being programmed to not enjoy real life, with its slower pace, its nuances, and its delayed rewards. And what about play? Unstructured, free play, once the universal language of childhood, a child's true work. Inventing worlds in the backyard, building forts out of blankets and pillows. Learning to negotiate, to lead, to compromise, and to resolve conflict with other children. All that social and cognitive laboratory has been replaced by games designed with a single purpose: to hold their attention for as long as possible, not to develop them as people. Ask yourself this honestly. What social and emotional skills is a child learning who spends hours interacting with an interface designed to be addictive? The answer is, chillingly, practically none. They are increasingly disconnected from human emotion, from the complexities of face-to-face interactions, from the glances that comfort, the smiles that validate, and the laughter that doesn't come from a loudspeaker. Here we come to one of the most disturbing points. We are raising a generation that will not know how to manage boredom. Today's children, in many cases, can't stand even 5 minutes of stillness without external entertainment because they've never been taught how to do so. Do you realize the seriousness of this loss? Boredom is not a void that must be filled at all costs. It is the blank canvas where the most original ideas are born. It is in boredom that patience is cultivated, where we learn to be at peace with our own thoughts, where creativity is forged. When children are denied the opportunity to be bored, they are robbed of the ability to reflect, to create from within, to grow internally. We are designing a future populated by adults who will not know who they are because they never had the time or mental space to discover it. The long-term impact goes far beyond simple attention problems or a low tolerance for frustration. We are talking about a potential epidemic of anxiety, depression, and a profound inability to establish and maintain meaningful relationships. Children who grow up with these dynamics of constant stimulus response will not develop the resilience needed to face the inevitable difficulties of the real world. Every challenge will feel like an insurmountable wall. Every failure like an abyss they can't climb out of because they were never taught to fall and get back up on the playground, to dust off their knees and try again. But it's not just a behavioral issue. Screen addiction is literally rewiring the architecture of their brains. Multiple studies have begun to show that children with excessive screen time have less gray matter in critical areas of the brain, like the prefrontal cortex. What does this mean in practical terms? It means we're creating a generation that may have diminished capacity for decision-making, self-control, long-term planning, and crucially, empathy. We're weakening the very executive functions that define us as rational, compassionate human beings. And for what reason? Because it's more convenient, easier, and quieter to give them a device than to sit down with them, read them a story, or simply teach them how to navigate the real world. The question we must ask ourselves is, when are we going to wake up? When will we stop looking the other way? We will face the fact that we are allowing and in many cases facilitating the destruction of childhood. Because every day that goes by, more children are losing the irrecoverable opportunity to simply be children. Every time a parent hands over a phone to keep them occupied in a restaurant, they are, without fully realizing it, choosing immediate comfort over their child's future development. And that, deep down, is the greatest betrayal of all. That's it.
poppin'? Kayla's here, and after over a year development, my team and I are finally launching our first game. And it's insane. The game is called Water Park Simulator, and it is out right now on Steam. So make sure you go and get it. I'm running a discount for the first few days, so don't miss out. In Water Park Simulator, you get to hire staff, build a 5-star water park, have insane slides, decorate however you want, and troll your guests. You can also ride all the slides. You create your own chaos. We have an insane ragdoll system, which makes this game so hilarious. There's so many things you can do in this game, guys. It has so much content. This game is launching in early access, so you get to play it first, give us feedback, and help us improve the game. While it's in early access, it's actually cheaper than it will be on full release. So by getting it now, you're saving money, and you're first to play it. We're also adding in the ability to make your own custom slides, multiplayer, and so much more, dude. You guys have probably already seen me play it on my channel, so now it's your turn. So go grab Water Park Simulator on Steam right now while it's on discount, and show me what you guys build. I'll be showing a bunch of them off in my videos.
Busy time? Keep calm and wait for time. Each bite sets your mood right.
Omen.
78 doon yung ngayon natin.
Nakasakit ko.
Try the new Jollibee Chicken Joy Perfect Pairs. It's a bomb chicken joy.
Use code PANDA100 and get 100 pesos off. Taste good deals from KFC, Shakey's Pizza, Pizza Hut, Coco, Domino's Pizza, Zeus Coffee. Order now on Food Panda and get 100 pesos off.
Food Panda?
Looking for a place where kids get to pick? Then come to Dairy Queen.
or a DQ Kids picnic. Pick the food you like to eat. Pick a cool DQ treat. Now here's the part that can't be beat. You get to pick a prize that's really neat. Dairy Queen's the place where kids get to pick. With the great kids meal.
DQ Kids Picnic.
Bo the Scare here. That's B as in bargain and O as in that's a lot of food. I'm here to tell you that when you're short on cash but big on appetite, Bonanza is a real bonus.
Hurry into Bonanza for our great steak sale and enjoy our juicy USDA choice sirloins with all the soups, salads, and desserts you can eat, starting at just $5.99. Bonanza, value always.
It's good grazing for not a lot of moolah.
Now for your amusement from the deepest, darkest jungles of Dallas, Texas. Delight in these animated works of entertainment.
That's kind of a WASP thing, right? Not to get involved.
Vicky?
Skip, I'm just trying to get to know your parents.
Well, actually, we tried to.
Hey, believe me, I wish I could turn the other cheek, but I'm an artist, so I have to notice everything.
Puss, I just don't get it. Every day I give you a big bowl of milk, but you're still as small as a little kitten. Well, how many of us saw that coming?
Mount Everest has been called unclimbable because of its powerful avalanches, deep crevices, extreme steepness, bitter cold, staggering gusts of wind, unpredictable snowstorms, not to mention that there's not enough air to breathe up there.
All right, very good. It's now time for a little physical shtick.
I'm too tired.
Hey, come on, you fat slob. Chase me. We got 400 Japanese animators working on this show. Let them start earning their yen, dopes.
So now you've seen these miracles of animation. Be sure to tell your friends and exit to the left.
You have 3 seconds to exit the demo.
Robot dog, Goddard. Bark, 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 bark. I made him myself. You see, I'm a genius. But sometimes I'm too smart for my own good. Danger, danger. Whoa, got a blast.
Tell you, he'll be back any minute now. I mean, how far can the little guy go?
They're getting closer. Hold on.
Once we filled a job, the contracts need to be signed by both parties. With Adobe Acrobat, I can send it to the candidate and the client for signing and be notified when the contract is complete. It's such a speedy turnaround.
Minute break lang? Kahit saglit, mabubuhayan ulit sa Lucky Me Go Cup. Go lang ng go with Lucky Me Go Cup. May lasa ng pinakulo ang bulalo, kaya bulalo, legit sarap. Buhay na buhay ulit para go lang ng go with Lucky Me Go Cup.
try Vicks Vapor Rub Extra Strong with 2 times menthol para sa iyong tough cough and cold symptoms.
Not again!
Of course it's 19. Of course it's no.
We all like crazy maps, we all like wacky maps, but something we all
also like is bad maps. Now where the fuck do you find all the bad maps? Well, one of the places... what am I saying?
Yeah.
One of the places you can find super bad maps or extremely bad maps is the workshop. Because everyone can upload on the workshop. So today we're gonna find the worst workshops map we can possibly find and play them and see if they're worth anything at all. Best intro I've ever done in my life. So here we have the most recent maps uploaded to the workshop. Now most of these are complete garbage, I'm pretty sure. Just by looking at the pictures you can tell that a map is garbage. For example, Grey looks garbage.
Lost Kingdom, what is like, look, it's like a little bit of the Valve logo.
It says Lost King, MJJK. This is game mode. This is all the game modes are one. Capture the flag, control point, payload, race, arena, king of the hill, attack. Should we try the Lost King?
We could, yeah.
Oh wait, so you were talking about the one called ASD?
Yeah.
With the Star Wars.
Yeah.
ASD. That's it's arena. It's arena.
Yeah. Yeah, we need an arena map.
We're gonna try playing ASD. I don't think none of these maps are gonna work, to be honest. I think they're not compatible. Frog_land. It's a picture of Kermit. Why do people do this? Like, why do they upload maps called such a dumb things and then they upload stupid pictures to it? Hey, this is my first map. It's just a test. There's 15 subscribers and no one has commented. It's so shit, they can't even... It's a map called Deathbed A7. It's King of the Hill. Okay, I guess we'll try that too. Memeroid. Memeroid? This is a map I made. If you're reading this, you have decided to click on this. God help your soul. What? This looks amazing. Remember the name Memeroid, because Memeroid might be the best map we're ever gonna play. Koth, don't fall. You fall, you die. Fine, let's check out Koth, don't fall. CP 2 points. This looks great. It's just a bridge in the middle. My first map. Okay, I'm gonna try out your first map, dude. So we're gonna join the first map round right now. It's called Lost Kingdom. The one with the valve, I think. It's an arena map. Despite the fact it didn't say anything about that. Rad, join this.
Yeah.
It's
I am.
just error textures everywhere.
Is it actually?
There's no textures.
Yes! Good.
Oh my god, I can't even see where I'm going. Holy shit. Why would you make this and then be like, I'm proud of this, I'm gonna upload it to the Steam Workshop? Well, I can officially say that this map sucks. Sucks. It sucks. Okay, so now we're going to ASD, to the Star Wars Windows map.
Yes!